Good morning, everyone. All right. Good morning, guys. How you doing? Look at the fucking stock already. This is awesome. Meh. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you spoiled with price action now? Oh no, I slept like shit. That's a common misconception, but it's okay. Is it moon time yet? I don't know. Mad props to Fluffy Issa. Ooh, Fidelity shortable down to 494. How big of a drop was that? I can't even remember. So expect him to short the open. Morning showers or night showers? Night. We need more Cardi VWAP to. I'll think about it. Here for the next GME gift card giveaway, but staying for Girk's pessimism. Thanks. Did anybody ever get that $50 one last night? Think it could hit 300K? No. The Cardi VWAP chocolate banana combo. Interesting. Yeah, 80,000 shares borrowed. Can you give away $5 Wendy's gift cards? I installed chat capture software so I can log it better now. Oh, awesome. Were there any issues? Was Smooth in fact the winner, Carl? There's a $50 gift certificate to NFT Con. I just want to remind everyone that I said NFT Con was bullshit yesterday. I was right. Let's not forget how often I'm right. That's all. It's not interesting. That's gross. Which date is it shadowing today? I believe it's October 14th or 15th. Let me double check. Today, the 15th of October 2020. I know one thing you're wrong about. This is definitely the best cult ever. No. Did you see the value in holding on to 200 calls and 220 calls with your predicted price action today? Not necessarily to exercise, but to sell if we see some price action. I mean, I'm holding on to all the 200 calls that I have. I sold some of my 185s yesterday, and I'm holding all of my 180s. I see that double down. Do you plan on making content after MOASS? Yeah, but it's just going to be like me unboxing rich people items to sell to my viewership that's all millionaires. It's genius, actually. I can be the unboxer for the luxury goods marketplace. Be like, guys, let's check out the new seats in this Lamborghini. And then I get a free Lamborghini. It's gonna be sick. Or we go like tour the different trim packages of super yachts. You know, basic shit. What price targets are you expecting today based on the previous run up? 6.57% was the previous run up. Yesterday we beat the previous price target. So the previous one I think was like 4.0 something. And we were like 4.37 or 4.69. So today the previous is 6.57. So we may beat it by a small margin. So maybe as high as like 7%. We'll see. Did you see a DD saying that MOASS would basically be late Feb, early March? He had a lot of the same dates you were talking about for SLD cycles. Was that like Linux or something? I'm in like a DD Discord. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Uh someone, anonymous donor. I appreciate the pickles. You have to remember that me being right yesterday and possibly today, if I'm right about this whole cycle, moving forward, all new DD will have to include these dates, right? As like a basis to build any subsequent theory off of. That's how it should work. Don't get me wrong, that's not going to be the case at all, but how far behind am I? Like 3 minutes? You see SPY PM? Yeah, it's looking good. Nice rip. Um, yeah, the Fed promised this morning to increase funding their funding target range. So I expect the SPY might get a little bullish today, which is good for us, right? No downward market pressure on our price action. It's definitely a positive. Are you going to commission a self-portrait? How could I not? Took getting COVID, but I felt like I could watch you from the comfort of my home. I don't know if that's a win, Kyle. You're gonna unbox a private jet in your house. I'll figure it out. A bigger house? I don't know. Put it in the driveway. We can find all like the secret concierge services only available to the rich. We can talk about our income investments, our fixed income. Try not to think about it, VWAP down cycle. Just do the other things in your life, you know? Might explain why is max pain still at 180 because there's not a lot of contracts open to the upside to shift max pain up. So for max pain to move, and it usually doesn't until like today, you need more contracts purchased to the upside to make it move up, right? We'll see that. We'll see more contracts being purchased on at like 190, 195, 200 today. And this and then also, you know, people selling puts will also help shift the max pain up. Max pain's not like a rule. Like you don't have to close the week at max pain. I know all this like sideways trading has made you guys maybe think that, but that's not the case. Max pain, like being above max pain's bullish, right? It's like more long calls are in the money than puts. How often are apes exposing RC's game plans? I don't know. Do you have a chance to look at the DM I sent you on Reddit? Probably not. I don't even know who you are on Reddit, dude. They're trying to short our open. You see this bullshit? Crazy. Ding ding. Market things. Yeah, I also don't use swaggy stocks for max pain. So that's another thing to remember. Swaggy stocks only updates like once a day, I think, or at open and close. And it does not have the best assessment of max pain, generally speaking. If we go above 189, does it mean we can go outside of the mega wedge? No. It isn't my chart. Oh, yeah. If you have a wedge, I don't think a wedge is accurate as a long-term trend on GameStop. I know there is one, like there's a consolidating wedge, but I think there's a lot more like psychological or sentimental psychological reason for using an inverted or ascending triangle, like a continuation pattern instead of like a momentum pattern. How the fuck does that happen? So if you okay, I don't want to watch the morning short the stock, so I'll try to explain this real quick. So if you got to GameStop on the daily, like you have there's like a big wedge, right? Like you can draw this like giant wedge here. This is not accurate, but I don't feel like fucking around with it. Or you can draw it out from February and it looks a little nicer. Uh, Goddamn son of a bitch. All right, there we go. But the reality is that there's a pretty hard resistance here at like 300. We haven't really traded any volume, like any significant volume above that, except in January. And so I think the far more accurate pattern is an ascending triangle, because of that hard like triple top that we have. Um, Whereas like if you draw a wedge, we just have like a couple breakthroughs to the upside if you draw it correctly, or we have like volatility that plays slightly above it. Um, but yeah, I think there's like a fixed resistance here, because of margin calls most likely. And so yeah, I don't think like any of the wedges are accurate TA on this. I see people have been posting them for months. This is not anything new. You've always been able to draw a wedge around GameStop's price action because it had a large volatile event and then has been in a consolidating pattern ever since, right? But yeah, a wedge is definitely not the right. Oh, here we go. Hold on, I gotta short it one more time. Everyone relax. Where the fuck did it go? Uh, Oh, really? Usually above 300. What about 190, 200? 200's just statistically significant. 225's a far more important resistance. 225 and 250 represent. So there's, if you look at historical volume over time, our volume kind of peaks. So this is like buy pressure, right? At 200, 225, 250, 300. So our buy pressure kind of peaks into 200 and then it dies off really hard until it hits 225, at which point the buy volume picks up a lot going into like 250. And then it drops off again with a little spike at 3, and then it drops off really hard above 3. And so this is like the amount of like FOMO that comes in at different price points. So 200 is really significant, and going into 250 is really significant. And since out of the money options are usually very cheap on GameStop, what we see is that a lot of the hedging that occurs between 225 and 300. And that's why we seem to accelerate within that range so quickly. If you think back historically, there was not a lot of time spent at those prices. We've spent a lot of time at 200 to 225, and we've spent a lot of time at 180. But anyway, yeah. No, there's a thumbnail. People were commenting on it, right? Yeah, there's definitely a thumbnail. Maybe refresh? I don't know why it's not showing up. Should be a JPEG. Remember, guys, if you send me thumbnails, they have to be JPEGs. And I think they have to be 1200 by 600. I have to double check on that, though. Can I get a trigger warning before you say 180? Jay Fresh, we're trading at 185. Thoughts on long VMEO into earnings? I have to look. I haven't looked at that. And it looks like it's having a very good morning. Not enough historical data. It looks like it's trapped in a bit of a downtrend. They might crush earnings, but you're playing with fire with these IPO stocks with no trading history. It's risky. It can run, but it can also crash really fast as long-time holders. 1280 by 720. That might be it. I'm not sure. I gotta look. I think it's not though. It's like it's weird. It might be 1600 by 800. It's like an offset resolution. It's probably YouTube's end. I find that most of the issues that occur on that side of things. IPOs are always like that. So what happens is, you know, all the accredited investors buy in pre-IPO when the price is dirt cheap. And then, the IPO target is named and the IPO occurs. And then they sell, leaving retail and new investors bag holding. And that's why they always tank right after open. But you don't have options on them, so you can't buy puts. You have to short them. I've shorted a couple IPOs, but it's risky. Um, that book I recommended, The Intelligent Investor, pretty good. There's some pretty good information in there for setting up like an IPO short if you want to. But make sure that you have, stops set and you're not taking a lot of risk, because shorting is dangerous. I don't do it anymore at all. Husband won't put his gravy in your boat. Is he spending too much time with his other wives, girlfriends, and boyfriends? There's always room behind the dumpster. Join the Dans and bring the power of the mods to the world's greatest hive mind. Okay, Dans. No. There'll be no Dan mods. If I sense any collusion occurring between Dans and the moderators, both parties will be removed. My girlfriend wants to invest in Odd Burger, some vegan burger chain. Do your research. She might be right. But McDonald's doesn't sell food. Tell her that. McDonald's is a real estate company that sells food to franchisees. They're like a real estate and manufacturing company. They don't just sell food. That's what the people who pay them money do. Yeah, and marketing. 2% of the people. Though this is the kind of stuff you have to look up when you're researching a company. Like 2% of the people in the US are vegan. To be fair, though, Max Spires, the concentration of those people is much higher in California. Also, the number of like vegetarian meals the average person eats in a day has rocketed. So that idea that like you have meat with every meal is slowly moving out of like the culture, right? Can you give a perspective based on owning 100 shares of GME? Is that enough to turn someone into a billionaire? And if so, how do they play the shares they own? Well, I outlined an exit strategy which could maximize your potential gains over a squeeze, which you can check out in my Reddit profile down below. I still haven't looked at Dole. I just completely forgot about it, and I actually really liked it a lot, but I'm probably too late now. Is 100 shares enough to turn someone into a billionaire? That'd be tough. But if you, yeah, I guess if you can sell all your shares above 10 million, but it's also being priced out of the culture to some extent. Yeah, that's true. Would you hold 15 October 180s? I'm still holding mine, and 182 50s until tomorrow, or get rid of them today. That depends on how much we run today. I don't have a lot of confidence in tomorrow. Like, I expect tomorrow to be up, but very little. I expect I'll mostly trade sideways from today. Not even like from today's high. Not even because of expected price action, just because GameStop hasn't run on a Friday in forever. As you open yourself up to Dan exposure. I never trust food that tries to imitate another food. If it was good, they would give it a unique name. It's an interesting take. Did you see what I said about being cold called by Fidelity? They want to hire me, I bet. I don't think so. They probably want to tell you that your risk exposure is extensive. I mean, I think most people, and not as an offense to anybody, but most people who became billionaires off of this will quickly give that money back to the exact people they took it from. Um, most lottery winners are broke in 2 to 3 years, bankrupt. And while $1 billion is generally more than you would win in the lottery, don't forget taxes. So you really need like 2 billion to finish it all out as a billionaire. Side note regarding NFTCon, you refused to show stream, staunchly against it. I popped into trade spotting after yesterday closed, and wouldn't you guess what was on the screen? NFTCon? I don't know. That's my guess. I don't need. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna stream hype bullshit because people are hyped about it. Not a YouTuber. Remember that? If I wanted to be a YouTuber, I would do more YouTuber things. And I would probably also own and try to convince other people to own AMC because that seems to be a very profitable technique. Iron Archer, any price between 162.50 and 196 is a good entry on GameStop. going to hide my money and then file bankruptcy. That's not gonna work. No, I don't believe in ghosts. Do you think WeBull will take away the selling option during MOASS? I also hold my shares with them, and it worries me. I mean, I have a very, very small amount of my shares in WeBull. I just transferred all the rest of them out into Fidelity. Um, they're an Apex brokerage, so if Apex has issues, they'll have issues, and Apex will probably have issues because of Robinhood again, right? Webull's backed by BNY Mellon, which is, you know, like a true $2 trillion bank. And I think they have like 45 trillion in assets under purview, or yeah. Um, but like they're a huge bank. I don't think they're gonna have liquidity issues. Um, but Apex could have issues, and so for that reason, I don't recommend holding shares there. The best time to transfer was yesterday because that's a common question. Um, and yeah, so that's kind of I had issues with Webull. I had some options in Webull going into the January squeeze, and I had some issues. Webull was shut down for about an hour and a half, hour and 20 minutes. Total time, I think it was like a 50 minutes, and then it was shut down for like another 30 later in the day. But when it was back up, it ran fine. And to be fair to Webull, almost every brokerage had a similar issue at some point throughout the day. Like Fidelity went down on me twice. Also, Vanguard did not. Vanguard is. I think it's just the fact that their trading system is so archaic that it can't crash. It handles high traffic well, at least. Not a lot of arbitrage, but the arbitrage is picking up volatility, which is a good sign. You say you're not a YouTuber, yet you're going to become an unboxing channel for the rich. That's afterwards. It's bullish. It would be a continuation of the run up in March. Its continuation patterns go like so. If it ran up here, spiked. The exit would also be in the same direction, right? Because you entered from this way. So bullish. I'm going to use my billions to start a Ghostbusters service since most people here believe in ghosts and going to move into old mansions that are haunted, so I'll 10x my money on this. See, so when I was describing people that are going to lose all their money very, very quickly, this is kind of the business idea that someone who may not hold on to their money for long would come up with. You are not going to 10x your billions running a ghost busting service. Now, don't get me wrong. You could probably support and fund a ghost busting service if you want. I highly doubt it would be profitable. Are the shares used for shorting right now coming from Fidelity? Some of them. Our volume's actually kind of okay today. No, but we've got like a little. I mean, you probably want to turn extended hours off, but we do have like a bullish reversal off of that bounce. Um, one could even go so far as to say like an inverse head and shoulders. But actually, this kind of looks like accumulation, which is promising for a move to the upside. One sec, guys. Brokers never bought your shares hard right now. But wouldn't that be so illegal and incredibly risky for brokers? What's your opinion on the whole thing? I think for the most part, you're going to find that brokers bought your shares. I think people are just mad that TDA and Schwab are, maximizing their number of days to transfer, um, which especially makes sense if GameStop's moving to the upside, right? Everyone's very comfortable with like Fidelity's like transferring shit in T+3. But they have longer. And if they don't want to register your shares, like they want to keep the assets and under management in their street name, right? Because that's more assets under management. So they can take quite a while. I think some brokerages even have up to like 4 business weeks to facilitate a transfer. It depends on how it's written into your agreement, but I would expect them to want to take, if it was like a popular trend that was pulling shares from their assets under management. Yeah, I could see them, being pissy about it. Or they see a way to profit off of extending the transfer time. Let's leave profitability on the side for a second. Is there any reputable social impact funds or something of this sort that you know of? I mean, if you want to make less money, yeah. The broker FUD is strong on SS. I mean, actually, if anything, we're seeing with Fidelity that they were not lying, that they were, legally following their obligations as a broker. And we can tell by the shares to borrow, right? Shares to borrow has pretty much stayed in the same range since people started DRSing. And you'd expect if they were lying that number would drop, right? Significantly. And it hasn't. It's stayed between, like 300 and 600,000 for a few weeks now. And I think when shares are returned, they have like 1.3 million total borrowables. So for all the shares that Fidelity's transferred out, they clearly weren't lending any of them actively. But the thing is there, and this is maybe the misconception, is that people are probably borrowing shares against shares registered in Fidelity's street name and using that as, their locate, which is, that's because the locating a short is archaic and stupid system that doesn't actually confirm if that share is available to short. And so like the real information behind DRS on that front is that you are pulling the locate away so they cannot create a synthetic short, which has more to do with the shorter, the borrower, than it does with the lender. But people are going to say things that aren't true on the internet occasionally. I have 90% of my shares with TDA. It's probably not a huge risk. I can't change that fact regardless, but feeling the FUD right now. And you can transfer your shares. Here's a trick. Don't listen to shit you hear on the internet unless you do the research yourself. If someone says something on the internet, assume initially that it's a lie. That should be your initial assumption. Not like, oh shit, this is definitely fucking true. This completely anonymous person has told me that this thing is true, so it must be. Like, if think about it out of the context of you reading it, right? And then you won't feel the FUD so much. No, there isn't, David. People don't lie on the internet. So anyway, about my battery checking. Well, the ignorant are always very vocal, Cool Daddy. That's just something you should assume I am, Bones. Because I'm on the internet. Then you could do your own research to confirm if I'm lying or not. And then if you do believe that I'm not, then that could make me a more trustworthy source, I guess. But I'm not saying to believe me either. Believe no one. No heroes. No heroes, no groupthink. Question the norm and the status quo, because usually it's wrong. If you think about it, the average person is not that intelligent, and large groups of people are going to present you with the average. So if a large group of people think something's true, it's probably not. Or at least their understanding of it is fundamentally flawed in some way. We crossed over on the 1 day back day. Woo! Actually, no, that's not true. It's not the same as if someone random on the street came up to me and said, if some random dude on the street came up to me and was like, dude, your shares aren't safe in your brokerage, you need to transfer them, my fucking mind would be blown. George Carlin has best quote about the average person. Yeah, what is it? Think about the average person's intelligence, and then half of them are stupider than that. There's also a difference between someone presenting you with a comment and someone presenting you with evidence and research. Why are we getting life advice from the ASMR guy? I feel like this is good advice for everything. This is just universally good advice. I trusted you more when you had a perm, though. Bias. I'd shit myself if someone approached me and said that. Right? That'd be fucking crazy. AMC about to explode. Good to know, JFresh. Someone ever sent you feet pics before? Technically, yes. I have not requested feet pics, nor do I really care about people's feet. I mean, you do you, but not my thing. I don't like deformed feet. I've seen some feet that are like not good looking. But that's more of an overall aesthetic judgment where I'm like, oh, those are some really fucking stubby toes or something, you know. But uranium about the ramp. So should I call Fidelity back, or are they just gonna scold me? I mean, they're probably gonna scold you. They call me like once or twice a week usually. I get a lot of letters from them, especially if I like 100% my account into a play. They really don't like that. They're like, we noticed that you bought and sold an asset worth 100% of your account value in 1 day. If you'd like to speak to somebody on our risk management team, they'd be happy to help you out. Ew, chicken tender daddy. As long as my stubby deformed toes. What are some good movies I should watch? What are you in the mood for? You also don't request pictures of painted boy parts, yet here we are. It's true. It's true, we are here. Unfortunate to see questions about feed picks and conspiracy theories get attention, but not legit questions about options trading strategies. What did you ask? You're complaining, but obviously I didn't see your question or I would have answered it, dude. I'm also not your financial advisor and don't have any obligation to tell you anything. I'm sorry, I wasn't ignoring you. The chat's just like moving kind of quick and I'm tired. Shh, not an advisor. That average Joe made that, and it's the fucking greatest thing ever. If you guys haven't seen the actual end of the stream, check it out one day. It's amazing. I feel better about selling 500 million SHIB for more GME a couple months ago. I could have had 3.5x more GME right now. Oh well. I can say that about 5,000 different stocks, Brian. Don't dwell on it. Hey Girk, could you talk about your strategies for buying and selling GME options? Buying options, when to hold, sell, assign, selling options. When do you buy to close? Just ideas, info. I mean, I generally talk about any options positions that I move in or out of on GameStop. Obviously, the strategy of moving in and out of them varies. And when it comes to GameStop, I do not handle my risk management in a professional way. Like currently, I'm holding a bunch of 0.1 DTEs on GameStop, and I mean a bunch. So those are cool. I generally buy GameStop nearer to the money, and I try to buy under or at max pain if it's a weekly. If I'm looking at a longer term time frame, like 3-4 weeks out, I'll be buying slightly out of the money, generally to the upside, because I don't really buy puts on GameStop except for earnings if I straddle them. And then for like longer term time frames, I'll buy even a little further out of the money. So like right now, my Januaries that I'm holding max out at like 300. So that way, even if I don't realize those price targets, you know, on a solid run, I'll make money off the IV spike. But as I understand these cycles more and more, I can take bigger and bigger risks, and I've been doing that. I did that on the 24th. Risked a pretty significant amount of trading capital there. I'm risking quite a lot right now. Fortunately, most of it's currently in the money, so I'm not super worried about it. Although my 185s and 200s aren't looking the hottest. But a lot of my further out stuff is also printing a little bit. GameStop definitely is moving cyclically though, and so we're seeing these periods of like low IV, which are the best time to buy options, which was a couple days ago. Our IV hit like historic lows, because usually that's followed by a move to the upside. Jeff Laporte, please solve all my financial problems. What's your biggest one? Is it just being poor? Feet weren't so crusty that ants wouldn't mistake it for the ground. It sounds like she's not lotioning her feet. That's disgusting. Guys, if your feet dry out on the regular, apply a little lotion to them on occasion. Don't be afraid of lotion. It keeps you young and moist. Does YouTube not have a chat history feature? Probably not. YouTube doesn't have anything. They do shockingly little with the 40% of the money they take from me. I mean, 440 is the psychological resistance quick name, not 441. Generally, on anything with that much interest, like that much turnover and interest, you're gonna see any resistances are generally gonna form around where options are. And so the next resistance on the SPY is probably 442 or 442.50. So in long-term calls, wait for low IV. Yeah, because you want to pay as little on IV as possible. Is Moonwind selling 190 cc's this week? I hope so. I hear you trade about stock and options, but never futures or forex. Do you trade in those markets? Should non-professional traders consider those markets? Forex is actually not that hard. It takes a little bit of understanding. It's actually almost better for beginners than stocks or equities. I dabble in futures on occasion. They're very expensive. But the potential upside is also huge. But yeah, I would say futures is riskier. It's a different market entirely. Like most people have a basic understanding of how the stock market works. But when you start getting into like futures and commodities or like forex, it can get a little difficult. Crypto is actually probably the easiest to trade, but it's also the easiest to lose a bunch of money on. No, I think we can push above 225 by the end of this cycle. Lord of Nork. This week, I think 225 might be the limit. But there is potential for volatility beyond that. You go buy SPY puts for Monday? Maybe. What is this? Attempt to bleed theta? I mean, I don't know. Looks like it's just going up after a bounce on 182. This is an inverse head and shoulders, if anybody likes those. Maybe I should draw it. I think I should... I need to draw more things for the people on Reddit. Please someone has mentioned this epic intraday cup and handle. God damn it. Getting nervous about my 220 calls. Looking to sell around 150 today. We see some 48, so I don't know if I see 200% gains happening intraday. Yeah, not likely. It could. Why is everybody into shampoo? Like dandruff? What? What? Who's into shampoo? It looks like a tiny pee-pee to me. You would know. All right. How are my unicorn drawing skills? Not great. I draw like doesn't look good, does it? When I get demonetized, this is how you do it. Now that's some violent upside unicorn potential. Mighty unicorn. How did you play the August 24th run up with options? The Friday before I bought a shitload of options. Like I just bought a call spread. I bought at like, I think it was at the time I bought it like 160, 165, 170, 175. I bought a bunch of 180s and 200s. If I remember correctly. I think I might have had some 220s also. And I bought them like a couple weeks out. because I wanted to be able to sell them in case I missed. That looks like a potato. It's a pickle. All right. It's a cucamelon. Thoughts on AMC? Are you a GME maximalist? Yeah, I think AMC's a piece of shit company. How does it feel being so right all of the time? That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. I almost want to tell you that it's unlikely that we'll hit 250 this week. But at the same time, I could be wrong. Just from a logistics standpoint, how do you sell all these options quickly when you see coming down from a peak? You can set up hotkeys to make selling options faster. How many people are joining Pigeonwell status once we break 200? At least you, Hacksaw. Okay, shill. Yeah, I use hotkey most on most brokerages. Some of them don't have that, Bob. Like I said, video game. Right? You got to bind your macros if you want to be go pro. When you sell your options, usually just hit the bid to ensure execution. Not always. That'll depend on like liquidity. Mostly the liquidity. Some contracts have better liquidity than others. You should be aware of that when you buy them. Like you can just look at open interest. You don't really need to dig into it too much, but if they're in the money, you don't have to worry about it at all. But usually if you're moving up and you're selling an option, you'll want to sell like either slightly above the bid or at the bid or at the ask, sorry. Slightly above the ask or at the ask. If it's moving down, you want to sell at the bid or, set your limit slightly below the bid. You can use trailing stops on some brokerages. Why do you spreads and not just buy calls at the same strike? Because the stock market is unpredictable and spreads can be more profitable and they give you more exit points. Also cheaper to buy in than buying all your options. Like if I bought all my options at 200. It would be way more expensive than if I bought, you know, like my core position at 200 and then bought it like 210, 220, 230, right? So if you get a move greater than expected, right, you profit a lot more with very, very little upfront capital. But even if it only moves a little, you still walk away with some profits. Dude, Hacksaw, thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale, man. Let me get some billionaires chanting for you, and then we'll do some crazy shit. I appreciate that, dude. All right, let's see. How are we gonna start this one? I'm gonna start with this.
I want to be a billionaire, so freaking bad. I want to be a billionaire, so freaking
Praise VWAP. Thank you, good sir. I appreciate it. Welcome to the Royal Pigeon Whale Society. Ascend among your brethren into the heavens far above Lady VWAP as our stock rips to the moon. I'm gonna get some other cool things going here. Give me a second. Thank you so much, Axel. I really appreciate it, man. Everybody, welcome your newest pigeon whale. Hey, look, 190. Good timing, by the way. Anyone else want to see at least 200 end of day to see a chick boof a cucumber? Whoa, are there bets that I don't know about? Like, my Brokerage doesn't have trailing stops for options, so literally playing it like a video game. I know we're working on it. I gotta work with some of well, probably Ben and Visceral and see if we can come up with an appropriate pigeon whale theme. But right now, cooing into the birth of a pigeon whale, or chanting into the birth of a pigeon whale, is sufficing. And it's not bad. There's like 3 cucumber bets for 200 this week. Seriously? Did you pin them? Are they in our Discord or just like Reddit? My 25 200 Cs, thank you right now. Awesome, Ken Key. If you get 2K likes today, I'll sell a 1 DTE. You're going to sell 100 shares of GameStop, maybe? I don't like this sentiment, Jay Fresh. Stop risking your position. Your wife doesn't even know about it yet. We'll have to see, David. Um, I think if we hit 100,000, there's a likelihood that we'll hit 1,000,000. Pretty strong one. There's at least one in Discord. This is amazing. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help to the channel, and I really appreciate it. It's a great way to show some support for me and Stefan and your pigeon whales. Does it Pinocchio though when the stock goes higher? No, it's more of like a headband type of situation. Unliked so I could re-like. Thank you, Corn Trader. AMC run up potentially coming in October. I don't think AMC is going to move as drastically as GameStop into the future. KS. I think a significant part of the short position on AMC has been covered already. I think most of the money being made there by hedge funds is selling calls and puts. So doing market making things. Lord Pickle, if you ever need some custom artwork for the stream, let me know. I'm an illustrator. I'm happy to help the pigeon whales and all of their pickled produce gain recognition. Dude, that's super awesome. Reach out to me on the Discord. I have tons of ideas. Do you know how to animate? That's something I wanted to do for a long time. If you know how to animate pickles, we're in business. Really into the short clips you're pumping out. Thanks. Oh, like the stream clips. I thought it was sexualized. I'm sorry. You'll see why after you hang out in this channel long enough, Jack. Yeah, I'm trying to do more stream clipping, I think. I figure since I'm recording 7.5 hours of content a day, maybe I should be using more of that content for other things. Clip that. The idea of an animated pickle made the stock go back up. I know. It gets excited. This consolidation's kind of bearish, but I like it anyway. Viewers of Pickle Man, he needs your help. His electric bill, the mold, and all of it is becoming too much. He needs your financial support. The reason he needs it is that without them raising money for Stefan and his children, they will become homeless and forced into the streets. Thank you, Pickle Union President. I appreciate the support, but my bills are paid, and the mold is ready to be harvested. So, you know, and if even you guys bought into mold futures, I've cornered the market, and I am going to spike that shit hard. So be prepared for that. Why would I want a Bloomberg terminal? I don't want to look at that all day. That sounds depressing. Are we going to get to see you in a costume the Friday before Halloween? What day does Halloween fall on? A Sunday? Sounds like the only people getting a costume are going to be the members. And then, you know, 2 weeks later, the plebs. Not trying to be combative, but I was wondering why you think most of the AMC shorts have covered. Asking for a friend. Oh, you remember when this worthless stock went up to $70? Right here. So that was covering. That was a bunch of covering. And then people are holding the floor. But yeah. Also, it's got a float of $500 million. It's very easy to cover. There's a shitload of turnover. Maybe if the CEO stopped releasing shares and stealing from his shareholders, then it would have had potential. Eddie put their pickle in my jar. The video clips of the bomb. The info that you've been teaching us is legit. I'm extremely grateful. Thanks for all you do. Signed, paper-handed Pigeon Whale. Thank you, Eddie. When did you paper hand? Oh, I have to tag you with paper-handed bitch on the Discord. Let me DM me so I can tag you. Don't let me forget. Did anybody feast on his bloated corpse? Thank you, Yeti. I appreciate it, man. Yeti Eddie, paper-handed? I'm going to slap you at lunch. Real life consequences for pigeon whale paper handing. I love it. They're doing a Sears. They're very like Adam Aaron's very much doing a Sears to AMC. I don't think the company can survive its debt past January. So boo haha. I'll remind you. And can I get a go fuck yourself? No. I hate his tiny pigeon whale liver. Raw son of dominance. People are sick. I thought consolidation usually breaks the way it ran before. So it's consolidating to the upside. Which means the buy pressure is weakening. So see how you have higher lows and lower highs? That's bearish. So that breaks down. Fortunately, we have apparently really solid support on the AMA 30, and now we can move back up again. Maybe. It seems like they're going to fight for 190. And to be fair, I expect them to. Not a lot of open interest at 190 either. People don't like this as like a psychological support. So there's that too. GME also ran twice. Hansworth, here's the difference. GME keeps running, first of all. And GME has released 12% of its float this year in share offerings. AMC has more than doubled, it's tripled, 300%ed its float since January. If GameStop had released fucking, 180 million shares, I'd be out of it too. The potential for a short squeeze is very much in the size of the float of the company. Don't tell me what my pickles are, Adrian. When AMC announces bankruptcy, do you think AMC holders will paper hand into GME? I mean, some of those people still think that stock's going to $500,000. Yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. AMC is the best short hedge fund distraction I've ever seen. And I know, yeah, don't call it a distraction. They're apes too, but they're like, it's like capuchin versus chimp. It's just like a much more highly polished brand, fewer folds. Can I make money selling covered calls on AMC? Yes, you can. Why let Citadel have all the fun? The potential's infinite. With the float locked up and, likely significantly more than 100% of it sold short, the sky's really the limit. Christopher Ibsen. Yeah, I mean, it's not like fucking DFV was loading up on AMC, right? He was like, oh, yeah, I saw that. Sometimes, what a lot of people don't realize is sometimes the bear case is not wrong. You can just do what I do and sell naked calls on AMC. No, don't do that. It's super risky. But I have done it. I think Matt Course's channel provides a good service to the community. It provides a place for people who want to gamble and ensure that the house always wins, really making this an actual casino. So this is really a unique chance it won't happen again in our lifetime. Most likely, yeah. Although, 15 years from now, I'm sure there'll be some other fucked up thing that the financial powers that be have figured out how to do that will create a similar scenario, but in a different way. Missed a Sanjeet message? You didn't tag me. Sanjeet, you gotta tag me, bro. Where is it? We can't even go up until I find this. God damn it. I need to mod Sanjeet so I can see his messages. Sanjeet, I can't see your message, but we hold with you. We hold strong together, sir. There's no Sanjeet message? Son of a bitch. So are you going to be streaming whenever the financial system creates a similar situation? No, but at that point, if I'm rich enough, I may be on the wrong side of that trade, right? That does deserve a ban. You wasted everyone's time. Well, I don't even know who did it, but no, it's fine. Don't ban anyone. So phone numbers are possible. Yeah. If you get one without an area code, you'll probably get one with an area code. Or part of an area code. Wait. Phone numbers are 7 digits. Maybe no area code. Maybe like the international code. So we get like a +1, like 8 digits. I can't see it really going up into like 9-digit highs, but people think it will. First of all, you have to remember that not a lot of people are going to be fucking holding at that point. And I mean, all the computer share people might be, which is dope. Because I mean, we had share lockup before, but now it's. Whew. Honestly, the highs are probably even higher now. FTD data for late September comes out tomorrow. 15th through the 30th. Much more important one. But still just the initial window, right? But good to have. Yeah, I'll definitely be paying attention to the SEC FTD data for the next few weeks. Or for the next few bi-monthly reports. Pickle Morty. I will send a hug to my friend Sanjeet there. Please pass this one along to him. His pigeon is proud to hodl with such a friend. Hug. Thank you, Pickle Morty. I will pass your hugs along to Sanjeet when he arrives. Let's say Bitcoin runs to 300K. This sounds like somebody who wants to, somebody who owns some Bitcoin. That's not happening. Cool thought. Interesting, Christina. Thank you for weighing in. What's up, Vecna? Did you drop a dislike? I'd be disappointed if you didn't. Can you do a poll at some point before MOASS? AMC stock or R cringe for better cringe-worthy content? Haven't seen the old Vec in a while. It's probably price alert got triggered. It's not gonna hit fucking 300K by Q4, smooth. Chill. Why is AMC running? This isn't fair. Who cares? Oh, I thought you meant 300K like ever. No, the statement was if Bitcoin hits 300K by Q4, is Citadel going to use that as like margin or collateral? And I said that's not happening. I think Bitcoin probably has a better chance of hitting like 40,000 by Q4 than it does 300,000. That's what I think. Yeah, guy who's bored. But that presents like a strong deviation from these cycles, right? Where we had like almost no upside movement after the drop. Like our downtrends were pretty consistent through both of these. So if we can like run down and then spike going into the next one, our floor is going to be very, very high comparatively going into November. which is exciting. But who knows? Because as price action accelerates through this, we could end up higher than 250. We got like a 41-cent bid ask spread right now, and I've seen that already today fluctuate between like 40 cents and $1.50. Also, there's a gap up somewhere just above 225, which is possible. Yeah, I think if the price is that high, they're definitely gonna fail to roll. Now, what I want to see is, are we seeing an exponential increase over the previous cycle? If this continues to play out, like yesterday, we had 4.69% versus like 4.07. So if today we see like a significant increase above the 6.57 from the previous, like the mirroring day last October, so say we see like 7.5, like this may mean that we're seeing an exponential increase in the cycle, which is huge, right? Also, in 2 more weeks, a lot more open interest can be opened up, right? And like gamma ramps can be built in order to take advantage of this price action. Like no one's going to not notice GameStop going up, $20, $30. I think the only way Bitcoin sees 100K by end of year is if the market crashes. And leading into that market crash, the SEC doesn't like ban Bitcoin trading or something like China. It's a good hedge. Destroy crypto and get all that liquidity back in the market, keeps the market propped up. Why? Because they don't care about the things you like. About to head to lunch to meet Yeti Yeti to give him a pigeon whale slap. Had to FOMO into pigeon whale just in case we break 200. So take us there. All right, Hacksaw. Edward, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate the support, man. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club as soon as the stream's over.
I want to be a billionaire so freaking bad. Crazy rock, but hashtag not a cult.
Probably for similar reasons I do. Ben. Also because Bitcoin's not super transactionary in nature. It's ending up as just being like a store of wealth and not, like it doesn't promote any economic movement. People just pump money into it and take money out of it and pump money into it. So it's and it really has only the value people believe in, right? Like it has no assets or anything like that. I own Bitcoin, but you know, there's there's a real case there for regulation that shouldn't be ignored. How about Ethereum and its NFT potential? We'll see. I like Ethereum as a crypto better than Bitcoin, but again, governments will crack down. And so if an economic collapse occurs and the idea is people are going to move that money into crypto, governments will simply regulate the shit out of crypto, making it less attractive investment. Or governments will create their own cryptos. Centralizing the decentralized finance. Social contracts are a bitch. We're looking at an intraday bull flag here. Well, usually those occur on the intraday, but no. We're looking at some bearish consolidation, hopefully followed by a bounce and not a head and shoulders. Ooh, 1 year update on the epoxy hot dog? Interesting. Do we really need to close above that 6% figure to confirm today? No, but it'd be nice. I don't expect to perfectly mimic the previous run-ups in the same cycle. That's just the potential, right? The point of Bitcoin is it can't be regulated without overt heavy-handed action. Yeah, and they can exercise overt heavy-handed action. You don't vote for the SEC. They're not elected officials. It's like when everyone wanted net neutrality and IG Pi was just like, fuck you. Sanjeet! Good day to Pickler. How is going today? Hope are happy and going strong together. We were watching with the colleagues. Very happy to see it. Keep going. Okay, best regards. Best regards to you, Sanjeet from New Delhi. Oh, and a hug from Pickle Morty to you as well. Does Sanjeet understand how big of a deal he is on YouTube? I don't know. Any confidence lost in our ability to run up today? No? NW? Come on, man. You're better than that. Yeah, FTD data out tomorrow from the 9:15 through 9 or through 10:1. No, 9:15 through 9:30. If they release it on time, but yeah. So easily people fall prey to market psychology. No, it's not a short ladder attack. We don't even have enough volume for a short ladder attack. There hasn't been a short ladder attack on GameStop since fucking March. Jesus, people are dragging that shit out of the dust. It takes a lot of volume and volatility to facilitate one of those. And it's expensive as shit. $8.24 descending wedged into a 9 o'clock breakout. Well, 9 o'clock your time, Taz. I think it was like 1 p.m. But yeah, most of the give it some time. Jesus. Were a lot of in the money puts purchased today? That's a good question. Actually, I will look while they do a little bit more shorting here. More shorting? Yeah, more shorting. Yeah, 1.1 million in 200 puts bought today. But also 3 million in 190 and $200 calls for tomorrow. So fuck them. You got any in the money calls coming in? Not much. Some people sold out of their calls here. No one wants to diamond hand their calls. It's annoying. You know what? I think I just want to spend $10,000 a month on live options tracking. Yeah, I don't know, Jacob. What data are you missing to further prove your yesterday's theory about GME? I mean, the next 11 days worth. I sold out of my calls there. Sorry. It's all right. And actually, no, it wasn't a terrible time to sell because it like a hedge fund would know this, retail won't. But right as we hit 190, they bought, like 1.2 million in the money puts. So the price was going to get driven down by the market makers anyway. So this was actually a great time to sell. But I think it's still going to bounce back. One ninety could be hard to break through. There's not a lot of call interest at 190. There's more now because $1.7 million worth of 190 calls have been bought. So there is more interest there, but not enough yet. I think it's like 2.6 KOI. In your analysis, does it seem like the strength of their shorting power is getting weaker? It's been getting weaker since April. How does an FTD cause price action? It means they have to buy a share. Oh, thank you for posting the buy and hold, DD, Carl. Yeah, if anybody wants to check that out, that's a good one for some information on the weakness of the short position over time. Are they making a lot of money on these new short positions? I mean, $5 times 100 times however many contracts they bought. But no, not that much. They're shorting now. That means they don't plan to cover their FTD, right? Not necessarily. This is just like a midday dip. It's not a big deal. Oh, you mean what creates an FTD? I mean, yes, that's what creates one. Is a fine a cheaper option for them? Well, no, because it's not a fine. The lender can force a buy-in if the fails are significant enough. I mean, there's relationships they want to maintain, but the lender's not going to take on the borrower's risk, right? That's something you have to remember about this whole thing, is that there's another side to a short sale. So the punishment isn't a fine, it's liquidation. Where's Gary Gensler's GME report? Who the fuck knows? Watched the GME story clip today. It was awesome. Thank you for sharing. Oh, I wanted to mention B Watts. That reminds me. For those of you guys that have like commented donations on videos, I had no idea that was a fucking thing until this morning. But for those of you that have done it, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I didn't know that was something that happened. But very cool of all of you. Thank you. You think the spy will trade sideways? The spy's looking very good right now. If it can regain 445, it's in a good spot. But we'll see what happens Monday. Mondays, so it may run hard today into the dip Monday because of the supplemental liquidity deposits occurring this week. Well, if the future cycle is true, it means that they've been hiding their short positions, right? Douchey bag. This is all make believe nonsense. What do you mean, sploosh? I do still have weeklies, JC. I mean, I have my 180s and 185s because they're in the money. So I'm not really losing too much theta on them right now. And I have my 200s, but I only have 6 contracts now. So that's just like not a big deal. So 1.1 million puts have $1.1 million inputs. That's not the number of contracts, Holy Saber. The number of contracts is 1.7K. Which is 17,000 shares. Half T plus 2? Yeah, so yeah. Looks like the SPY is filling that gap from 928. Might be, yeah. A billionaire Jimmy Bear? No, I don't think so. I don't think Sploosh is bearish. I think he was responding to something else, but I misinterpreted it maybe. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt for now. Right? I think the SEC investigating Citadel is just because they think they're out of time and need a scapegoat. Maybe. Do you think selling 210 call for this week is literally free money? No, I think it's super risky. That's not really my area of interest, D-pipe. I'm sure there's DDs that you can look up on it. I think Linux just came out with one. Monster buddy, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. What is that? Is that a backwards hippo? 170,000 shares? Oh yeah, 170,000 shares. My bad. What's he stroking? It's his other arm? Do you think pickles are misrepresented in mainstream media? No, but I've clearly started this channel on some sort of like pop culture pickle phenomenon, which is very weird to me. But I don't know if it's just like bias or something, but everywhere I go, there's all kinds of pickle themed shit nowadays. So when I said hot pickle autumn, I meant it. Pickles are hot this autumn. Hipsters love pickles. Is that what it is? How do you plan on protecting yourself from gold diggers after MOASS? Ghostbusters for gold diggers. You should research arm's length agreement. What is a pickle trading mentality? Guys, I'm beginning to think the stock market is corrupt. Huh. To be fair, I was following a pickle themed stream on Twitch before I found you. It was a logical leap. The Bader Meinhof phenomenon. Yeah. But still, I don't think pickles were that popular last year. Like all of a sudden people are buying fucking gourmet pickle subscriptions and shit. Like BWATs. I bought a 200C for tomorrow. When do you plan on selling yours? Helping me, Gurky Obi. You're my only hope. Um, After we run, which I don't think has happened yet today. 1269, bro. Thank you for the donation, BWATs. I appreciate that, man. I'm dead serious. We need to come up with merch that says Hot Pickle Autumn. It's such a great phrase. Thanks. It's not Dunning Kruger. Believe me, I've done this long enough to know that there's plenty I don't know. I'd maybe wear hot pickle autumn merch. Uh, man, if I opened a merch store, I would absolutely kill it. I just can't bring myself to do it. I leave for 20, 30 minutes, still sideways. It seems to be, it's too small, Dilly Dillerson. You can't start a merchant, like a pickle phenomenon with just one pickle themed YouTube channel. I know this because there's many, many more pickle themed YouTube channels. Also weird. Dave Lauer went on Matt Core's stream before yours. I mean, he's just trying to promote his fucking software, right? I don't think this channel's like a good place to promote shit. Like, people come on here and I ask them things like, how do you feel about bull mayo? And would you let a Dan milk you for free behind a Wendy's dumpster? And people don't like that, right? When they're trying to talk seriously about their business or whatever. Pickle themed pop culture shit nowadays. Even I've even stumbled upon pickle themed non-cult masquerading as a financial non-advice YouTube channel. Imagine that. I know, it's out of control. Thank you, Luke. Yeah, no thanks, Method. If I wanted to make merch, I would have made it already. It's not because I don't know how. Lara reached out to me again yesterday, but I didn't get back with him. What are the downsides of streaming? Is sometimes chat takes you somewhere you don't want to go. Yeah, that's happened to me a couple times. Is merch the final step to becoming a full-fledged YouTube? I think merch, the reason I don't sell merch is because I feel like it would discredit the work I've done. Right? And I care far more about being right and confidence in my research than I do about making money on YouTube. Like, I made 12,000 in Facebook puts the other day. Like, why the fuck would I care about like the 4 or 5 grand I get a month from YouTube? On one hand, yes, it would definitely discredit your work. But on the other hand, I want a pickle view up that. I do feel good about it, Stephen Daniel. Actually, the memberships just really started as a way for me to divide people who wanted to learn more about trading and people who were only interested in GameStop. You're making money doing this? Elon, just make your money elsewhere, man. Well, the YouTube revenues picked up in more recent months, but I'm not getting paid for those, right? I'm still getting paid for like July. I think July is the next one I get paid for, which was not great. I did not have that many people here back then. Also, I'm not super good at marketing my channel. Oh well. The Pigeon Well membership came. That's much later. I'm making money as you stream, and honestly, your tips have helped me. I can't thank you enough. Awesome, Bob. Yeah, I know a user. They borrowed those. It looks like they borrowed those like right before market open. Any good calls to dump 100 in? How much are GME 195s? No, I don't know. Don't do that, man. If that's like that's just a bad mentality to walk into an options position with. Not financial advice. Do whatever the fuck you want, but I wouldn't do it. You should run ads when you leave, go to the toilet, etc. But that's like everyone just has ad block, right? Like, what's the point of doing that? Would you be open to making a simple guide on how to research plays? Nope. That one you got to learn on your own. Run ads to inform your non-ad block viewers about ad block. Mobile users, the majority do not have ad block. Well, then that just seems mean. Then I'm just spamming them with garbage. And I've seen some of the ads on my channel. They're garbage. Just so you guys know, I don't choose those. YouTube chooses them. Because sometimes people will message me and be like, "Why are you playing this ad for such and such?" And I'm like, "I'm not. That's not me." Guys, it's not even 1269 yet, and you're already like, options. If you don't want to hold them, sell them. I have nothing to do with your options. Should be open to becoming friends. Mm. Ads usually run when you step away. I think YouTube can detect it. Huh. So I feel like YouTube runs a shitload of ads that they don't pay me for. Can you answer my cat question? What was it? What's Cat doing today? Ooh, it's coming up. If it breaks, it might have already broken through. Actually, If it breaks like 195, it's got some room to grow. Like 198 is the next resistance. 199. If it crosses 200, it's gonna it could rip. There's a lot of upside potential on this. All the way back up here. So this has been coming down with the market a lot lately. But yeah, if you see a rebound or news on the infrastructure bill, I expect that it was priced in up here, and then kind of the negative news surrounding the infrastructure bill has caused the dip. My options for CAT are still out in November and pretty close to the money. I think my highest strike is 210. Ooh, slight uptrend. What I just learned over the last 15 minutes is that I can finally have my Mercy store go live. It's called Pickle Financial, all pickle themed merchandise. Don't do that. I don't know. If Roaring Kitty, that's something you're gonna have to figure out yourself, man. Maybe you should go on one of the quote unquote gay cruises and find out. Experiment. Explore yourself. You mean you're not raking in hundreds of thousands for the 45 hours plus infotainment a week and however tons of off-stream work research you do? No, I'm not. I think there's like an exponential amount of money you make between like 10,000 and 150,000 subscribers, and it's significant. I also don't do like shitty things other YouTubers do where they like intentionally don't answer people's questions so that people super chat them. Like that one's so fucking lame. Ads are triggered when you mute your mic. Oh, that makes sense. If I ever see you in public and we make eye contact, all you're getting from me is a head nod. Carl, if I make eye contact with you in public, I'm gonna rub your belly. Any thoughts on variance volatility swaps, DD? It's interesting. It could work. It's true. I've never super chatted and I've been able to pester Girk repeatedly. Sometimes I feel like I have to super chat for you to answer me. That's just because I don't like you, Smooth. But it's okay, right? I'm not here to like you. Also, sometimes you just spam nonsense. And so, psychologically, I'm not incentivized to read it. Like, especially when you're super high in the mornings, it's just the worst, man. You're the best YouTube guy because you engage with everyone in your chat. Oh, thank you. I've been a minute behind this. Well, you don't force us to pay to get questions answered. It's a guaranteed way to get your attention. Bear witness, pores. Take these hugs. Thank you, Pickle Morty. I just assumed Pi-Fi thought I was a ghost. No, it's not accurate. Dan. Thank you, Kevin. Why are people in the US high in the morning? I don't know. See, Jeff, and that's why you're poor. I think we've solved one of your financial issues. People who are rich get high at night. Wow, way to ignore my last message. You won't get another cent out of me outside of my monthly membership and Ko-Fi donations when I have something really funny to say. Good to know. No. See, what happens is they get more failures each day. Average monk. So it's not that they have T+2 to cover the fails. They have T+2 to cover the majority of them, but the action of increasing the price causes more fails, right? Like most upward or downward cycles, they act as an accelerant. I'm starting to think this may not be an AMC channel. Am I the most hated person on here? No, I've banned those people. Weed's legal like everywhere, man. It's not just California. Californians are always saying that. They're like, oh, we got legal weed. So does everyone else. Thanks for not letting us get NFT conned. Oh, you guys still went and watched it. If you want Pi-Fi to pay attention to you, all you have to do is infiltrate his inner circle, spend months doing free work, and troll him constantly on stream. Easy peasy. You've succeeded, JFresh. But if you'd never sent me those pickle pics, I never would have known about you. So what are you gonna think of your theory if we don't break 190 today? You're just gonna eat the loss on your 200 calls? Yeah. I'm already up on all my other ones. I don't give a shit. It's like fucking $800. Money's not real. Chill out. Wait, if you don't like me, why am I not banned? That's something for you to think about the next time you're high. Do you have another source to donate other than YouTube? Yeah, the Ko-Fi. It's in the description down below, Mr. Z. And it is greatly appreciated because YouTube takes all the money. Not from memberships, but from super chats. Holy shit. Hi, new here. AMC thoughts. I would say that's the biggest benefit to AMC. Is they have better thoughts. Why don't all my shares that I buy and sell show up in the sale log? It's exactly 75% of my transaction. I know it's mine because it's coming from EDXG, EDGX, and it matches the time it was sold. Why are you selling GameStop? I don't know, man. Maybe they're dark pooling 25% of your buy. The Dans need to find a virgin from the Python group to sacrifice to start MOASS. We're just given the prophecy from the Lady VWAP. What? I don't even want to know what you guys are doing. I explored. Is gay. Congratulations, man. If I had like a little confetti thing, that'd be awesome. Paul the Greasy, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate the support. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll add you to the Dillionaires Country Club after the stream.
I want to be a billionaire, so freaking bad.
He hasn't been anyone, no matter how annoying. Case in point, he just lets me stick around. I didn't mean anything negative. Oh no, you're fine. That's something that like I try to actually make people understand, Jordan, is that like, first of all, you guys can't see all of my position at once, right? Because it's in other brokerages, right? And so my risk tolerances aren't always apparent on WeBull, and that's why I tell people like don't track my plays because it's risky. Like I've lost money on these 200 calls, right? But like I don't care because I have 80s and 85s in far greater numbers that are in the money. So like while I've lost money in this part of the position, the rest of the position's looking quite good. I should really just put a bunch of money in this account and do all my trading on it, but I don't want to. The only person I remember Pi-Fi punting was Jamie G. That's not true. I punted that dude Hunt Stag. He was a prick. I still learned how to paper trade short on WeBull by setting a limit buy and a limit sell on GME. For practice, of course. I'd never tried that before. Cool. I think you should offer yourself up for the down sacrifice. No, I'm alright. So to roll a contract of 185s, I sell to close, buy to open at a later date. Yep. Rolling is I don't I know people get confused by options, but rolling is really just the simplest thing in the world. You just sell and buy a new one at a later date. There's strategies to rolling. If you think like the uptrend that you made money on is going to continue, you can roll up and out. So you're rolling the strike up and you're rolling your date out. If you think it's going to chop or trade sideways, you can just roll forward. So you're paying for that extra week of theta. Like there's different ways you can roll, but ultimately you're just moving your contract further out. It's like refinancing a loan. Sort of. Except you're going to lose money. What do you think are the contents of the future contracts? I'm not understanding what they're made of. It depends on which derivative they're using. There are single stock futures which have a like a deliverable, the same as like a commodity would have, and so the loss on them would require the deliverable of shares. And the thing I think that's attractive about those is that they can be internalized. So no reporting for reg show. At least, well, depending on who writes the contracts, but thanks for your content. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Al. I appreciate that, man. You want to know where to get a pair of rollerblades? Wait, did you talk to your parents yet? Should I exit 1029 250s and buy again when cheaper or just hodl? What, dude? I don't know. Do whatever you want. I love when you try to have a serious conversation with the chants playing. It has to be so weird to new people. Oh, it definitely is. I think the chants are just weird to new people. How do I lower the difficulty setting on the stock market? Trade like Ford or GM. Apple. No matter how much you hate me or don't like me, I love your channel and you as a person. I learned a lot from you. Just putting this out there, and I love the community on here plus mods. Thanks, Smooth. You're you're all right when you're not high and spouting off at the mouth. It's as easy as leasing a Lambo. Why is my Streamlabs not working? Is the Streamlabs thing working? I mean, I'm just not hearing it because I don't have my headphones on, but I haven't seen like the animations popping up. The most important thing I find is that you also put some time in between the sell and buy. Do you expect it to move harder at this point? No, not yet. It's still very early in the day. The market's only been open like 2.5 hours. And like we had an early run up and lunchtime lull. I expect more move at the end of the day. Brokers that only offer CFDs have no need for PFOF. I think PFOF isn't legal in Europe. Cool daddy. I mean, if you have time to roll, you can profit off of like you can. So like if you sell, say a stock peaks, right, and you sell here, and then it dips, and you roll back in here, like you can actually save some money that way. You can profit from that price drop. Haxmia, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon. I appreciate it. I haven't, but I'm very curious, Crawford. How fast do we have to run up to trigger a gamma squeeze? Can you please give us a quick rundown on gamma squeezes? Gamma squeezes occur after the run up. So the ramp, a gamma ramp can produce a gamma squeeze. So say we're moving into Friday and there's a significant amount of OI, right? Man, Epic Pen is really just being a bitch today. So say there's a significant amount of OI and you run into the gamma ramp, and the gamma ramp accelerates the price upward, putting more contracts into the money, right? Mr. Z, dude, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. You got it. What was I saying? That's super awesome. So putting more and more contracts in the money, right? Then Friday hits, and some of these contracts, especially these ones down here on the lower end of the gamma ramp, get exercised, right? And that creates gamma exposure for the market makers and APs. So in T+2 from that date, or three, depending on the entity with the exposure, those shares then have to be purchased, right? And that causes a gamma squeeze. Ah. Because then you're running that previous exposure into the new week's ramp, right? Um, 190 is actually pretty strong right now. You get wash sales on options? No. Was that it? I I think that answers it. Wedge breakout incoming. We're consolidating pretty nicely. I like that we turned around a bit, but we may see another bottom on this before it has any like breakout potential. So like there. Yes. Quick name. Do you think we sometimes overestimate the amount of money short hedge funds have? No, I think the biggest misconception is thinking they have less. Like underestimating the amount of capital they have. You can get wash sales on. I've never gotten wash sales on an option. Are you like selling a contract and then buying the same one? Also, wash sales aren't super important. They just mean you can't write off the loss on your taxes. Hmm. Any thoughts on the pickle lady on Reddit called "You I'm Not Effing 14"? Oh, is that the person who's gonna like boof a pickle? Hey, look, we broke to the downside. That was stinky. Should probably try to promote her OnlyFans or something. That's always what it is. At least on like AMC, like all that AMC shit that you see on Twitter all the time. Net benefit marketing for the channel though. That damn put their pickle in my jar. I don't have a question as such, but I'm livid that still that my name is really Dan, and I accidentally got tarred and feathered when joining here. It's too late now to fix, so I embrace it and occasionally. Dude, what the fuck? Thank you so much, man. What's with the crazy donations today? I didn't do anything special. The stock's not even up right now. I mean, like it is, but like a little bit. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. And I'm sorry that you got bunched in with the Dans, but it is the way. And there's no way around it. There's no tax penalty. Yeah, but you just can't write the losses off. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever sold and bought back the same contract before. Like usually if I'm selling an option, I'm buying back a different contract. I think she has one. Yeah. Would it be insane to enter some zero DTE 190s on this dip? Not completely insane. Thanks for all you do. I'm learning a lot. Thank you, Christina. I appreciate it. The OG billionaires remember your OnlyFans back before you made all that YouTube money. Yeah, but now it's like access is just restricted to pigeon whales. So I reviewed all of your futures video. Can you please explain what happens in January after these T35s from failing to roll their futures? You mentioned gamma exposure. So you start to get this pile up of FTDs, right? Which is running in January specifically. That pile up of FTDs was running into a massive gamma ramp, right, from all the retail FOMO that was coming in. And then that the following weeks, each week cyclically, that left more and more exposure going into the next week, which then raised the price, which then caused more options to go into the money, right? Which then, the following week caused more exposure and more options to go into the money. Does that make sense, Justin? So that initial breakout of FTDs causes covering, which causes out of the money options to get pushed into the money. Which causes gamma exposure, which then causes more FTDs. Pigeon whales cause gamma exposure. How valid was TA back in the days of non-algo high frequency trading? Probably about the same. I know things have changed over the years, but I didn't get into the markets until those things were already, fully in effect. So I'm not sure. I'd imagine things were less volatile. Both of those things create a lot of volatility in the markets. So as a momentum trader, I probably wouldn't have liked it as much. Like short-term profits were probably harder to obtain back then. Although people will argue the complete opposite of that. So I'm not sure. I think it was easier because you could just like kind of follow the news cycle and like, interest would occur organically instead of like everything just being like a FOMO run. This is descending triangles are bearish. Um, it depends on which way they're entered. Because like, well, no, because like if you enter a descending triangle from the top, right? And it's meeting resistance, like if from downside action, and it's meeting resistance at this same support repeatedly, it's likely to bounce, right? Because it's showing there's strong buy pressure to the downside. Whereas if you enter from the bottom, then it's showing a weakening in the buy pressure. And it's so likely to return to mean. GME looks like it's going red today. Not necessarily. But it could come all the way back down to like there, like at 183. Why did Bruce Banner turn into the Hulk? Gamma exposure. Very nice, Chakiseki. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of also true for GameStop. That's not true. There's been weeks with significant OI on the options chain and lots of them in the money. So like saying that like the ramps are irrelevant means that like the run-ups in March, especially March and June and on August 24th are all just irrelevant, which is silly. So whether you like them or not, they exist. They are part of market mechanics. I think people just don't really understand how they work or what's required for them to be profitable. I think I understand why turning off the buy button in January helps short hedge funds. But once they getting liquidated, we don't need the buy button. What am I missing? Well, they weren't getting liquidated yet. They were close, but not quite. Hmm. Why doesn't they short GME so quickly when it gets around 188? Is that algo is kicking in? No. It's a failed test of the resistance. And then you have a few factors here. We have shorting. And then we also have people selling out of their options. Yeah, man. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. which means market makers can not only short, but they get to shake off those shares that they bought to hedge. Which is why you generally see any run return to max pain by Friday, right? Because people exit at a profitable level. And then, you know, you're going to have descending price action from that point on. No Trader Joe sponsorship yet. I see what you mean. But they're getting it low before they have to cover? So they don't short while covering, but they'll short before covering. So if they short from here, right? Because there's a shift in trend. So they short from here down, right? And then they buy those shorts back first at a lower price, right? So they get profit here. And then they could then use that profit to cover on the other side. Margin requirements have probably increased since January, yeah. It's still early. Guys, we didn't even run yesterday until like 1 o'clock. Calm down. Even though they're shorting us down, doesn't the price movement confirm that they did not roll their futures contracts and thus FTDs are inevitable next week? FTDs should be inevitable throughout the cycle. The question is how many, Harry C. Like, so it does look like they didn't roll the contract, right? And so we're seeing like this FTD pileup and this very odd price action that was expected from them failing to roll. And so, but the number of FTDs in this cycle, I'm still unsure of, right? Because there was a lot of institutional selling last cycle. And that's why I don't have a lot of confidence in this cycle to be like MOASS, right? Because I really don't know the upper range, right? I know it's going to go up. I expect like upward price action, but I don't know how much. Like, it's very possible that they had more FTDs last October than they do this October because of all that institutional selling. So the first point that we really confirmed yesterday was, one, they didn't roll the futures contracts and are thus experiencing fails at the end of that T35 window, right? And they're going to continue to experience those fails. We know that those fails accelerate and also, you know, increases gamma exposure. We started this week at you know, a lower price point, so there's going to be gamma exposure going into next week, which is going to create gamma exposure going into the following week, and that's going to, you know, also accelerate price movement upwards and increase the number of fails. But we don't know if the initial starting number of fails is as high as it was last October. So that's something we can't really confirm until the cycle is over and we see how much price action we had comparatively over the whole window. I can't just clip everything I say, by the way. My YouTube channel would be ridiculously full of crap. Is gamma covering gamma exposure an actual rule? Yeah. Why don't you just borrow the time machine from DFE so you can confirm the price action this cycle? Last 4 or 5 dots or TTM squeeze are going off on the 15-minute time frame. I'm sure we're bouncing on like RSI too. Like if we look at RSI on the 15, getting low. 5 definitely bouncing on the RSI 6. So picking up momentum to the upside now, but nothing significant yet. I entered 10 190C at 197 today. Not bad. Also, question, is it strange how we aren't seeing as much volume as one would expect, assuming the futures theory is accurate? No. The theory can be accurate without us seeing the volume we need, which I just explained. Clip it and include the part where you say you're not clipping it. Can I get my... Oh, okay, so... The thing isn't playing? I'm sorry, man. Here. Sorry about that, Salpack. I thought the Streamlabs was working, but I wasn't sure. I'm assuming it's not for some reason. Let me see if I can fix that. All right. Hopefully that's fixed now. No, it has nothing to do with the short interest. Harry C. A decrease in the number of FTDs this cycle is very likely due to the like 12 million shares that were sold between July and August. 12 million plus shares that were sold between July and August. No problem, Salpack. Do you think that the price now is too high for FOMO to ramp up to January levels? No. It just needs to move a significant amount, right? Like, I think in August, if we'd broken 225 with momentum, we would have seen FOMO kick in. People buy into Amazon at 3K a share. People will buy shares, yeah. We do need volume. And since the majority of that volume is generated via FTDs, those FTDs are important. No volume expectations. Already significantly lower than the other cycles. But so was the run on the 24th. That was the lowest volume run. There's no stock poker degen. So the volume literally can't be as high. There's no turnover to generate it, right? Now, the correct thing to do in a fair market would be to raise the price until volume was created. And that's I think was has been the saving grace for them in these other cycles where they rolled in March and July, because so much volume was generated that it kind of allowed them to short again, right? Because then there was finally some free stock available, but less and less each time, and now almost none. Can you look at Tesla? What's it doing? Still ripping? Yep. Still holding within that trend, which is at 822 for today. GME can't be included in the S&P 500 for like 3 more quarters, I think, or 2 more quarters. So it's not up for review for the S&P 500. Currently, it looks to me like the best chance for MOASS is going to occur in January right now, or maybe the following cycle. That'll depend on the price action in January. This run has potential. Remember, we're still very early into this one. This is only the second day of 12 trading days of this this window, right? In which fails occur. So we can see this accelerate over the next, 10 trading days. No, not next week isn't when all 3 windows overlap. It's the following week when they all overlap. Technically, they don't overlap. But the peak is the 26th, or well, the final fail date is the 26th, and then the peak is the 28th, which is within T+2 of that historically. And that's because of those market maker versus active participant settlement windows. Straddle Tesla earnings could be a way to play it. I don't. If there's IV crash though, you're gonna get burned hard. I would rather just play the other side of Tesla earnings. When are those, by the way? We will. Just divide it. Find the average. That's, I don't know. I would say pigeon whales are more pigeon than whale. Yeah, I expect the price to bleed immediately after the 28th. So I see the 28th as being the peak. And then I expect to bleed down relatively to 1124. So no MOASS in October. The potential is there, but not necessarily. Like I said, you can't predict the upside of GameStop's movement right now. Like I can throw a range on it and it'll probably fall within that range. But if volume comes in and the stock really starts to run and, you know, options FOMO starts to occur, which then will lead to other FOMO, like it can just run out of control very, very quickly, right? Getting warmed up for 1269, you know it. I don't know how high the cycle can take us. Our bid ask spread fluctuates between 50 cents and $1.50. The stock gaps up so fast, it's unbelievable. Like, there's just, honestly, like 10 million volume could come in right now and we'd be sitting at like 280, 290, or maybe even gapping up above 300. Or, you know, we'll see controlled purchase, which will drive us up to maybe slightly above 200 today. It's hard because I don't know the amount of FTDs. I don't know their gamma exposure. There's data missing that would help me predict like the upper range, but even then you can't predict like sentiment coming in and people, you know, getting bullish on the stock out of the blue. For all we know, somebody's got a fucking limit order and GameStop hits 190, they buy fucking 500,000 shares. Like there's no way to predict what could happen. As far as the upside goes, now I know pretty much where the floor is within a range of like $5. Because once we hit that long-term trend on the floor, all they can really do is like bleed slow with low volume and get it to trade kind of sideways, right? And then we always end up bouncing back through. What's my limit order? It was supposed to be a secret. I mean, 10 million volume ran us $70 on August 24th. I don't. AMC gets 200 million volume a day and stays at 35. Do you see the difference there? The other day when we ran that Thursday when we ran like $20 like out of the blue, we went from like 160 to 185, just jumped. That was 2 block orders of 200,000 shares. So 400,000 shares made the stock run $20 in about 30 minutes. Floor is approaching 180. It's not quite at 180 yet. I'll switch back and forth between candle types, Pickle. So block shares was DRS? It could have been. You weren't lying when you said 165 was the dip. I know. I don't really have one. I've never used them as a brokerage. I don't know that much about them. EU friendly, please. Do you switch candle types more? I don't really switch them that often. In high volatility, something like a squeeze, I'll switch between them when I look at a longer term trend, just so I can visualize it without having to mouse over each candle. So it's just faster, like it's a time saving device, but it doesn't really matter. It's not few months, right? This cycle ends on the 28th, and then it's only like a couple of weeks before 11/24. Well, the floor keeps going up because people keep buying. Isn't the following cycle in Feb, early March, not January? No. I think that's like Lennox's theory or Linux's theory. I think December's roll will cause action in January. That's like someone else's thing. I don't know anything. I don't really know anything about it. I'm not stressed out. I've had a lot of coffee. The holidays don't matter unless they fall on the failure date, in which case it's just the next day. And they don't. 11/24 is on a trading day, and it's 11/23/24. It's a Tuesday, Wednesday. There's no holiday there. Because someone has to write. Someone has to write the analyst position to support a short thesis on GameStop. That's why. And the news media just, I mean, the where and what happens, but the why seems to be left by the wayside. What's up with those single share bids? It's just because volatility is not super high right now. Or people have limit orders. It's just a bullish reversal. You could say it's an inverse head and shoulders, but the shoulders aren't really formed. Nomming up all the premium and shorting GME. Yeah. In regard to the case having to be made by the bears to their investors to justify their short position, time is on our side with the continually up GME stock price. Yes. That is correct. They're just floating support and resistance lines, Stefan. And for a long time, I didn't even have them on the screen to avoid questions exactly like that. And really, you could even say that this is the head and shoulders. But that's an awfully thick boy. It's a big pickle. Watch what you draw. Demonetized. And see, I don't even need to like watch the markets anymore because I can just watch chat and understand the sentiment. Like we peaked here, everyone's super bullish, and then sad, acceptance, a little more sad, maybe, ooh, up. Holy shit, we're crossing VWAP. Man. Technical analysis. Market psychology, just fucking accurate as hell. Get out of my head. No, get over it. Stock prices move. Get used to it. You need to be immune to that. I can say this without question. If you are not immune to the movement and price, the price of an asset you're trading, you will not be a good trader. Should I get myself a lobotomy in order to become an ultra trader? I don't know if that's how that works. No amount of volume. Price action helps suggest it. Aship. There's no volume targets for this. I just believe in the stock in your DD. Watching the stream has helped me learn to stop playing with my feelings. Good. Do my questions stink today, or are you just super busy? What'd you ask? My main concern right now is when the peak happens at the end of the month, knowing I should cash out my 1119s for profit. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Like, you don't want to carry those for 20 days for no reason. Or it rips. But, no one ever went broke taking profits, a user. I think, like, if trading's something that you're interested in, the first thing you need to do is get rid of the emotion attached to money, and that's hard. But then, like, the next really relevant step is learning as much as you can, right? But in the process of learning all that you can, you tend to overcomplicate it. And I think ultimately you just end up at a point where you find a simple track that works for you, and produces as little stress as possible to follow, and it's profitable. And I think that's the best place you can end up. Like, you guys are always asking about things that I just stopped giving a shit about years ago. Like Stefan's perfect for that. But that's just that's the curve, right? Oh, greed is the emotion that I fall prey to the most. But I've learned hard lessons there. And so like I already have taken profits out of my 180s. My entire position is covered at this point. Yeah, the wrath and anger towards short hedge funds is just so whatever. They're short, they got caught, they're fucked. People get angry at them because I think people have this assumption that the markets are fair or built for them, and they're not. The markets were built by institutions, regulated by those institutions, for those institutions. Right? There's no like, you know, there's nowhere in the Bill of Rights do you have fair market access. This is not like a God-given, human right granted from above, or even part of your social contract with your government, right? These are capitalist markets and they are run that way, and power in those markets flows to the top. And so while you might not like the way they work, it is the way they work. And unless you accept that aspect of it, you can't really facilitate any change in them. Probably just market makers playing with it. Easy place to make money off retail FOMO, Michael Fassbender. I don't think it's worse than a casino. I just think you have to have a strategy. I mean, stocks are far more profitable than any casino. If you don't know what the fuck you're doing, then yeah, it's way worse than a casino. I reject your reality. All right. But the institutions are involved in crypto heavily, very, very heavily. They probably and honestly, like the illegal shit that goes on over there is and manipulation is way worse. Uh, it's like pink sheet stocks. Like, see, and that's Andreas. That's another sentiment that I think is the biggest benefit of all of this. Like, you know, more socially progressive investment stance that so many people are taking on, partially because of extra liquidity. A lot of people had more money than they've ever had before, due to the pandemic and unemployment and more free time. And I think it's really opened up a lot of people to the idea of the market, that they've previously stayed out of. But like and I know this from my own life, and people I've known since I was a kid, and there's this sentiment among people who grew up in poverty or in middle class, that like the market is this gambling tool that only really the rich can participate in. And in reality, markets really go up. Economies grow with scale, but
they grow. And the idea is you put your money in the market and it becomes more money. And that's something that people don't really understand. It seems that like there's this idea that if I put money in the market, it's gone. But it's not. You can just sell that stock and put it back in your bank account the next day. And I think most people don't even grasp that concept of the way markets work. See more action. Torn, not torn yet. I expected a bit more action, but I think my low side is still around here. I've only seen the putting money in part. I know. I currently have more money in my account than I have ever been able to save in my life. You have no idea how accurate that sentiment is. I think a big factor is that media and everyone else overcomplicates the stock market and stock trading. Like traders are some weird and super smart guys for middle class, but they're not. I mean, I'm pretty weird, but it does, but like crypto in itself is ultra capitalist, right? Like the trading of crypto is more, it's without regulation, right? And so the manipulation that can occur obviously favors those with more capital. I mean, if you think about it, just think about it this, right? What are savings accounts at right now? Like 2%? Not even, right? This is a really good way to think about this. 0.3. So it's just bullshit. I don't know. I don't use savings accounts. So 0.3% APY, right? Yeah, certain credit unions are going to beat that, but yeah, it doesn't even beat inflation, right? Um, the SPY or the S&P 500, I'll use the S&P. The S&P 500 historically has like 8 to 12% growth per year. Where's your savings better placed? Like if you have $500 and you put it here versus here, does that make more sense? Who gives a shit about taxes? Even mutual funds give more money than that. And people are like, oh, but then I can't get it back out because they watch movies and, like some rich guy is like in the hole and he's like, oh, I'm not liquid. But like That's not the reality of it. You just sell your shares and transfer your money, and it's in your account in like 2 days. Shit, at Fidelity, they have a fucking debit card uh for your accounts. You can just spend the money right out of your account immediately after you sell. There's like there's so many misconceptions that I see from people all the time. And while liquidity is a real issue that rich people face, sometimes it's not an issue that someone poor is ever going to run into. Well, Tanksimus, unless you sold before '08 and then bought back in at the bottom, in which case you're up a shitload, right? But even smoothed out over time, gains are the same. Buy and hold. Warren Buffett's been doing it forever. He's been doing great. You don't care about market fluctuations if you're in a long-term investment. I bought a good example. I bought AMD when I was in finishing college with student loan money that I had. Like I had some extra student loan money, and I bought AMD with it. And AMD has paid off my student loans for the most part. Sure, it's gone up and down over the time that I've owned it, but ultimately it's way the fuck up. Yeah, cycle theory is still in play, Matthew. We're only in the second day of it. Am I going to get this question every fucking day for the next 10 days? I think so. No, the spy goes down. The spy will likely go down on Monday. So what's an example for the AMD of today for someone to do that with? I mean, I bought GameStop at like $40. That's a pretty good example. And, technically if you bought GameStop between 162.50 and 196, it's also a good example. Don't worry, Girk. On the 29th, everyone will ask you if the futures theory is dead till November 24th. Oh, I know. It's because of SLD over this week. So this is the like third this Friday. I'm actually not sure if it'll go down Monday it might, but it may not dip until. No, it'll probably go down Monday. I have no idea how they're going to choose to cover Kumon. I expect a jump on the 21st, but I don't know. Like, we can trade pretty flat from. Like, I still expect a run today, another run. But we can trade pretty flat from today through the 21st. The 21st really marks the point at which we start to see that accelerating price action. But, you know, options interest not super high right now. So I don't know the range on that, right? Like, what you're asking for is what's it going to get to, and I don't know. There's two reasons. A, I don't know if the amount of FTDs they have this cycle is all that significant. I need it to be significant enough to prove the price movement, but I don't need to see like 100% jump in the price to prove that, right? But as far as the high end goes, just no idea. Our bid ask spread is ridiculous. If volume comes in, the stock can just run like crazy. I'm holding for that one dude on Wall Street Bets who somehow bought GME at 511. Are you talking about Wyckoff? It's pretty accurate to some extent. Some guy bought it 700. When I first saw this emoji, I thought it was two butts touching. It is Diddles. That's a butt touch. It'd be helping the short hedge funds to perform an exercise. No. No. So maybe the short hedge funds, but not the market makers and the APs. If you're technically like, if your contract's super deep in the money and you were exercising it, that places more exposure on them to buy shares the following week, right? Which accelerates price action. Like, oh man. Does that mean spy puts Monday are essentially free money? Well, not necessarily. It could move against you. You have to be prepared for that. Generally, when that action has occurred, we've been above those correction zones. So below it, there's still like highs for the SPY to realize. So it may negate a little bit of the effect of the dip. But yeah, for the most part, it's pretty much free money. Could you use options to buy shares at a cheaper price? Is that even possible? Oh my God, Mustard Homie. Bro, let me tell you something. That strike price, that options contract is an agreement to allow you to buy those shares at that price. So if GameStop's at 250 and you've got a call for 150, you can buy 100 shares of GameStop for $100 off per share. I know, it's fucking dope. It's like a coupon. In other countries, you can, Corn Trader, but not in the US. So you're telling me if I buy shares in a company, those shares go up in value, I make more money? Yeah. This reindeer. Not yet, Mustard Homie. Not yet. Where can I buy a $0 call? Currently a $0 call would be $18,461. And you can buy it right here in the market. I was diamond hand my options all the way through expiry. Don't feel bad, Earthborn. Do you like WeBull's options trading? I do, actually. JFresh changed his profile picture, or is that an imposter? I assume it's an imposter, so I've been ignoring it. Do MMs accept Wick? Will November 24th be more violent than August 24th? Maybe. $0 call means you buy the stock for $0, and that means you get it for free, right? Well, no, because the contract would be priced at the intrinsic value of that contract, which would be the market price of GameStop. Do you recommend keeping a cash account and margin account for the same broker? Or do you think margin and cash account should be on separate brokers? Just starting out with options. I don't use margin. I have a margin account, but I don't really use it for anything. I'd probably have them with separate brokers. I mean, 12 million fails is a lot, right, JR? guys are making money. I love how you get asked questions about things that are super variable, like you're a fortune teller. I know. Why are spy puts are generally cheaper than spy calls anyway because the market goes up. But GME has much more implied volatility than the spy does. Let me get this straight. You have an option to buy the stock. That's what it means. Yeah. If an ape DRSs and doesn't post it on Superstock, did it ever really happen? It's a good question, actually. Hey, Gurk. Probably can only watch for like 5 minutes today, but not particularly loving this chop. Me either, but we're up. Yeah, there's a significant buy wall or sell wall at 186.50. Which means they're afraid of it moving up, which is good, right? But no, he'd have 30 shares. Oh man, Jay Fresh, why are you trying to start this shit? Change your profile picture back to the stupid cat. I don't like this. It's upsetting me. It's throwing me off. If I'm pregnant, will you watch my child while I gamble away its life savings? It doesn't have any savings. It's a child. But how do they meet their obligations to cover FTDs if they're afraid of the price going up? They don't want anybody else moving the price up. Different entities, different interests. When you think there's going to be another rip today, what are you justifying that on? Previous price action? Also, that fat ass sell wall. $104, J Fresh. Damn it, Carl beat me. It didn't close at max pain yesterday. Naeem K. Boom. Theory gone. Does retail selling deep in the money puts exacerbate market makers' leverage against longs? Mm. Hmm. No. Market makers aren't going to hedge cash secured puts that retail selling. I assume you're referring to retail selling deep in the money puts in order to use the credit as margin against long calls. Why did you put up that 10.7K sell wall? I didn't. It's far closer to your position than mine, Moonwind. What's the bet that 10.7K disappears before it gets there? Probably. Hush. Yep, good old bid ask spread. What's it at right now? Narrowing a little bit. You'll see it narrow on moves to the upside, which is fun. Which means that the bid is being hit too much, right? That's possible, VWAP down cycle, yeah. You're doing DRS here. Are brokers safe? Okay, brokers are safe. The ones considered safe are safe. Fidelity, Vanguard, likely Schwab isn't a risk either. People here do DRS. That's kind of a different thing entirely. But yeah, the people saying that like you're talking about most of these brokerages have survived multiple market collapses and black swan events. They're not unsafe. It's simply a question of if you want to DRS your shares or not. If you do the research on it and make a decision that suits you best. But do research does not mean read Reddit comments. How can I be a better member of the cult? You could join it. Well, that's one of the reasons is analyst reports are so important. VWAP down cycle. But I'm the holder of Moonwind's 250 cc's. I've mortgaged my house and taken a large loan for my mother and plan to exercise them today. Is that wrong? No. I mean, you can't exercise 250 Cs, but whatever. I trust brokers, Monster Buddy. I trust my brokers as they have a legal fiduciary duty to me. It's about as much trust as I can give them, but well, I did and paper handed for diapers. Well, MDub, you could just get up and go to the bathroom. Like you don't have to watch it all the time. I just spilt lo mein all over my shirt like a little kid eating spaghettios. I have a 2 o'clock meeting with VPs. What should I do? Go buy a shirt? Show up to the meeting with no shirt on. Borrow a shirt from somebody. Take your shirt off. Ask somebody who's not going into a meeting to borrow their shirt. Wear their shirt into the meeting. Boom. You got to move quick on your feet, though, man. You don't have time to bullshit with me about this. I hope you've built relationships at your place of employment so somebody will literally give you the shirt off their back. One sec, guys. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Hey guys. Hmm. Sell wall still in place. A crossover doesn't imply immediate movement. The MACD is trailing. It's more likely to see increased movement over the next few days or the next several days than it is to see it on the day of the crossover. Crossovers on MACD usually aren't super violent, especially if they happen that slowly. I wasn't gone that long, was I? $15. Get out of here. Long enough for me to fall asleep. Well, I'm sorry. You check the time based on the charts? It's a good way to check the time. I know what candle I left on. I know which one I came back on. JFresh, I swear to God, if you don't change your picture back to the cat, I'm gonna mute you. I can't deal with this. Long enough for me to spend 15% or more on car insurance. No, I had to go make some phone calls. If my AMC put prints, I'll change it back. God damn it. OCGN. OCGN might be interesting today. Where did all the volume from that other candle go? That's weird. No, no Philly house. Carl. Ah. Carl's by far my most emotional moderator. Wind volume. Oh. We're already above the MA 60. You think I'll be able to get out of bag holding naked soon? Probably not. Do you expect flatness until the 21st if volume stays low for the rest of the week? Yeah. No, Carl timed him out for 300 seconds. Which is only going to cause JFresh to double down on his terrible profile picture. Oh, you know what we didn't have today? Fucking stupid. I can't believe I forgot. There we go. Now we can go up. Sorry, guys. Do we need a bull also? I think we'll do the bullcock today. Ah, there we go. Boom. Do you shampoo every day or every other day? Every other day. Otherwise, my scalp gets dry. Is this the tribe I've been looking for? Will we see a FTD update and your thoughts on it in the next weekly DD? Or probably just on stream tomorrow if it comes out tomorrow or the next day. Oh no. Yeah, so I'll put something in the weekly DD about it. What should I do about this bald spot on my head? I don't know. It's not a problem I have, Pickle Morty. Okay, landowner, that's a contradictory question somehow. Is there another guess the number contest? No. Not that I know of. Is it possible for GME to run up to 350 and stay there until the next cycle? Super unlikely. I'm going to go journal about Pi-Fi calling me emotional. The 21st, Jordan. Thoughts on harmonic patterns for trading? Bullshit. Ah, yes, the old sell the bid technique. Just big shortings. $42,000 share candle. Interesting. Wonder if we run. Curious. All right. What are the chances of another run today? Possible? That was a big short. I like that. Someone's getting nervous. It wasn't very effective either. It represented like less than $1 in price drop. Bear trap shortened to buy it, maybe. I think it was a stop loss hunt. That was like one of the least effective short attacks I think I've seen. I was like really fucking unimpressive. Didn't Kirk say yesterday that the day 2 last time was pretty minimal? It wasn't super significant. Like the high was okay, but the end of day was mediocre. But I don't have all the data from that day, right? I just have like the open, high, low, close. In your opinion, which cycle has the most potential for MOASS? January. But the potential is still here, right? Like, I think January has more, but this one has some. Because you're going to see forced liquidation of positions, and we have a lot of share lockup VWAP down cycle. I've never set a dollar value, or like for a stop loss. It's usually like I only use stop loss as trailing. I use stop limits to protect like risk, like downside risk, or yeah. Um, but yeah, that's essentially what it is you sell before you lose too much. So if you set it at $20, yeah, if the price drops $20, you'll automatically sell. When asked if you could buy shares cheaper through options, I meant if all you pay is a premium for one contract, you could exercise it only for the price of the premium and get 100 shares, right? I mean, if the price of the stock is so like if you have a like 100 epic pen, hold on. So if you have like a 150C and it's worth $15,000, then you could exercise the contract for the value of the shares. Right. And some brokers allow this, some don't. They all have different names for it. Nice big dilly style. Yeah, there's some intraday movement money to be made on cat. I haven't really been tracking it, like just because I bought pretty far out, but I know it's bouncing around like $5 intervals a lot. It's probably like normally I would probably trade it. Like it's probably a decent money maker, but yeah, I'm good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm sorry to hear you're down on the position overall though. It took some weird dives. That's when buy support is the weakest, Stefan. So they want to short. They want their shorts to be impactful, right? Because they're expensive. Um, and so when buy pressure is neutral and they short, there's a chance that they could like hit low bids and trigger stop losses. You can sell to exercise, right? So like whatever the profit on the contract is, you can use that to buy shares at the strike price, however many. You know, if you take the like Greeks out of it, like say it's worth 3,400 now because you had a 150. It would be worth more, but then you know you could buy that number of shares. Oh wait, the bullcock's in the way. Sorry guys. I'll put him down here. And that would be like a Zelda exercise. Hey, buddy, you think UWMC? I don't know what UWMC is going to do. I have 1,000 shares of that stock, though. I almost bought more the other day. I think it's got like long-term potential. I don't know about anything in the short term, though. Usually that's a waste of time or money. Is there ex-dividend date coming up? Also, as a Greek, I resent that. Well, it was in no way intended to be an insult towards Greek people. Yeah, short term, you just lose money on UWMC. And I have lost quite a bit of money on UWMC. How's my concrete business? I don't have one. It seems that GME is definitely being shorted in the money contract. Like contracts are being bought today. They're shorting the shit out of it. But to what end? Like, are they just trying to drive the price down so they can cover more equitably? Are they going to try to like slam it into close? I'm very curious. Yeah, I trade. I don't have any gout. Any more puts coming in? I don't look. One sec. No, it looks like 200 puts are about the same. More calls coming in. Still a shitload of 190s. 190 OI is up to 2.6K now. The $200 strike OI is up to 6.5. 185's coming in. 200s for next week coming in pretty strong. 209. No, wait. 187.50s. Decent jump in those for tomorrow. Those are still being bought right now. A lot of November 19th 200s. But it doesn't look like any more puts. And I'm guessing they're out of borrowed shares now. Or at least the ones they borrowed earlier. The 150 Brazil puts, those are never going to print. That's the fucking foregone conclusion. Anyway, also, I don't know why people think they still exist, right? Because We hit 145 here. They were gone. Like, they fucking sold them as soon as they got below that. Because when you sell a contract, you get a credit. Central Standard Time, 1269, was 10 minutes ago. I mean, they'd be stupid to run it in the exact same pattern as yesterday, right? If they're gonna run it. Hey, look. We're trying to do a thing. Does prices reestablishing support on the bottom of a pennant tell us anything? It depends on what pennant are you referring to? I mean, I don't really know if we have enough volume right now to establish any consistency in a pennant. Can you buy 42K shares real quick and see if it's more effective than the short from 10 minutes ago? No, I can't, Dilly. I wish I could. Based on the number of in the money options calls I have right now, I don't feel like they're being hedged effectively. I want to do a guess the number giveaway. Winner receives a free banyan and a jar of pickles. Need the details on how to coordinate with the mod so we can execute. DM to pick to you on Discord. Much love. Interesting. Terran for hire. Yeah, reach out to Carl on the Discord and he can probably figure that out for you. And we could set that up. Obviously, like no sharing of personal information between people that aren't moderators. Um I don't know if we could do that because like it'd have to be shipped to an address, right? Hmm, that's tricky. Yeah. If you ship it to the post office, pickup can be done there. That's true. So, once the lunch got slapped for being a paper-handed pigeon whale. Deserved. Thank you, Yeti. I appreciate it, man. You can always reaffirm your status on top, above the pores if you want, but you know, you don't have to. Don't feel obligated, dude. But Hacksaw's definitely gonna lord that shit over you, IRL. So somebody wants to donate a banana cat secure and like or banana cat and a jar of pickles to someone. We're just trying to establish how to do that without anybody exchanging like personal information. But I think the best way to do it is ship to a post office, and just have it picked up there. Oh fuck! For all we know, the winner has a PO box. Eric put their pickle in my jar. Wife brought me a new shirt. Oh, there you go, man. Awesome. When's your meeting? Oh, your meeting's over. How was it? Did it go okay? Where people are like, nice new shirt. They're gonna notice, man. You're about to move up in the corporate world and be like, that fucking guy just switched his shirt for the day to impress us. They like that kind of shit. Nope. Yeah, but if they like him and then he quits, that's even better. I loved quitting jobs where like my boss really liked me. Selling your 200 tomorrow? No, I'm probably gonna sell those today. Does it have three bottoms at the same resistance, Stephen Nordyke? Stefan Nordyke? What's even better than that is when you quit a place where they liked you and the business completely shuts down a short time later. That sounds pretty satisfying too. I just like to do it because I'm like, ha, you thought I would be loyal? Because you pay me? Like they always act like it's the end of the world. They're like, oh, how I'm gonna keep doing this without you here. And it's like, well, I think you'll be okay because you did it before I got here as well. One time, though, I offered my boss like a proposition. I was like, you could make me a partner if you truly feel that way. He was not so inclined. His loss. When was the last time you profited on options with GME? I mean, I have 180s right now. Packs. When was the last time you profited on options? GME. Oh, let me check. Yeah. They're in the money. Prick. Anyway, I don't like that guy. He's another one I don't like. I forgot his name, but now I remember it. I mean, we're not at a lower than expected price action today. So you guys seem to think that when I predict price action, I'm saying that we're going to go up and then stay up. That's not how that works. That means that the stock can trade in between those points. So we had a high of 190 today. And a low of 182. Which is well within the price targets. This is what a lot of like the stupid comments I get in the chat and Reddit are from. So I just wanted to address that. My price target for tomorrow is going to change based on today. First of all. But yes, it's the blue. That's just historic price action, by the way. So it's not like I'm like sitting here doing math and going, oh, the stock's gonna go to... That's just the historic cycle day lined up. Now I can adjust that for volume, but that's really about it. I mean, GME did run today. It ran up to 190.20. That might have been the run though. Can it run again? Possibly. Potential's there. Consolidation looks nice. But they keep shorting all the breakouts, so we'll end at max pain every week until we won't. I mean, ideally for the market makers, yes. Although we are currently above max pan. I hope so, Fluffy. People are being a drag. Well, I can't post that, right? Because then people would be like, "Oh, but I thought you could tell the future." I mean, I love it, but I can't share that with people. Ah, you know what? Fuck it. Who cares? Boom. It's beautiful. Unsubscribe. All right, J Fresh. Can you make this into the chart background? I wish. Someone put that face with the eyebrow raise on the Rock's body. Reduce the opacity, and it's kind of like a background. I don't know. I feel like that would irritate me. I'll probably use it as a stream card, though. Give me a minute on the Rock thing. Yeah, they've moved the wall down. They're trying to drive the price down into close. Remember, since you understand what causes the running of GameStop, that should give you an idea of how they can try to defeat it, right? The way to defeat it is to get those options to expire out of the money. And that reduces their gamma exposure the following week. We actually haven't seen like a decent sized sell wall in quite some time. So it's been a while since they've tried to actually drive the price down. So I think that in a way is bullish because they're actively doing something as opposed to just like shorting it at resistance over and over and over again. Question from the Discord. Can you discuss why short hedge funds are buying far out of the money puts on GME at 1,000 contracts, 50 cents? That's probably not short hedge funds. That's just people playing like downside volatility, most likely. Or they're using them as a hedge. Yeah, they're spending a little extra money to drive the price down. Little extra risk too, putting up those sell walls. Can you elaborate on the difference between shorting a stock versus a short ladder attack? Shorting a stock is just like a quick short. A short ladder attack is several shorts in a row. So like what they do is they short like high volume shorting. to drive the price down, and that picks up stop losses on the way, which further accelerates the decline of the price. And then they high volume short again to pick up more. And what short ladder attacks do is they induce panic. And so by doing this repeatedly over a short period of time, you can cause people to sell, which, you know, then accelerates the downward price movement, right? So the idea is by using this to generate fear. And they're pretty effective at it most of the time. Because like people don't want to lose money. But you need a lot of volume to do it. You also need stop losses. So they're missing two of the key aspects for that for GameStop, and have been missing them for quite some time. This is more just shorting the run-ups, right? So like what they're doing is if you look at the volume, and they really haven't done a lot of shorting, is they've shorted here and here heavily to keep us from breaking to the upside of VWAP. Because if we break to the upside of VWAP, like we get algorithmic buy pressure, and, you know, people are going to be more bullish on the stock. MMs are going to start hedging more. None of which is good if they're trying to suppress the price, right? Hmm. This is really looking like it's going to break out. There might be enough volume over this time period. Let me look at the 5, 15, 30. God, our volume sucks. Hmm. I feel like that's a little down. Interesting. Very ineffective, though. Hmm. Yeah, I still have them. I mean, my 180s, I think, closed out already. Yeah. So all my 180s are gone. My 185s are pretty close. If they drop it again, my 185s are gonna sell too. The 200s, I'm like, I don't know. They were pretty cheap. Sizzler surf and turf for all my friends. I mean, I don't know how much they spent shorting, but they spent like a few million in the money puts. I mean, the volume is so low that like I wouldn't expect them to spend a lot of money driving the price down. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if I get a down tick on these 185s, they're gonna sell. Do I want to sell them yet though? Uh, you know what? I'm gonna widen my stop a little bit. I'll at least What's that? 84 threes. These are getting ridiculous. But that's actually good. No, it's not. Not for a long time. Also, not even close back then. There's no way Kirk isn't that buff. Hey, I'm not getting stopped out of my 185s. This is awesome. I have a lot of 185s. So I really don't want to get stopped out of them at like fucking 15% profits. Up, 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 up. Stupid stock. Oh, oh, yeah, you missed, bitch. If that guy with the gay cruise wasn't gay before, he is now. Okay, this is a bit much. I can't do this. I'm not doing Elvira Gurk. Man, you've just proven to me that I would look terrible in drag. Thanks, chicken tender daddy. Math, silicone bleach. Oh, damn it. There went my 185s. Son of a bitch. Wait, I still have 2 left. Nope, they're gone. Ah. Lame. I'm gonna close these 2. Hmm. I was still up 15%, but I would have liked to have been up a lot more. I had a stop loss set on them, and it triggered. I updated Reddit like not that long ago. Where's my other update? Did I not save it or something? It's weird. Hmm. I still have my 185s. Keep till tomorrow. Are you still up on them? I don't know what your theta looks like. No, my gains. I know. I should have sold them earlier. Damn it. Oh well. That's what I get for being overly bullish. Yeah, hindsight is always 2020. I'm up 60% still on my remaining options for tomorrow. I'm just mad that I got stopped out of my 180s. Theory hasn't changed. Why would it be invalid? We hit 190 today. Man. Also, still only day 2 of this, right? We still think our floor is 185 tomorrow. We'll see if we bounce back. The floor is 177 right now, I think. I wrote it down this morning. Yeah, the support's at 176.69 today. Yeah, I mean, theoretically, the next couple days should be far more relevant. But I will have to reduce expected price action for volume. Actually, let me do that while it's still live. Why is arbitrage picking up? Interesting. What's it look like on the 15-minute? A little smoother. It's odd. Curious. 370. What's 370? Are you guys still going on about that? That was just arbitrary. I didn't pick the number. I'll probably go full degen and short the if they short the open. I might too. The anomaly window is until the 28th, correct? Yes. No, not automatically. They still have to whoever, like, someone still has to exercise it. Like, you have to get assigned. You're not buying it, you're selling it. Right? Flag on the 1, pennant on the 4. Maybe they're pushing the breakout to tomorrow, which means that the FTDs are maybe a little lower than I thought. They're there. Actually, you know what? See, this is what sucks about not having minute by minute data from the previous run, is it's really hard to see how we closed. But maybe if I just go out here and look, I'll be able to tell from this. So open 12, high 15, close 13. With a low of 11.99. So it peaked midday last time also. And closed out slightly up from the low. But it closed green. So we'll see. Maybe we do bounce in power hour. We would. No, 2 gamma. It's all 1 gamma ramp double down. You're looking at regular candles. None that I like. Down, down. Wait, this isn't the right cycle. That's January. So red. And the open high low close is still the same. It's interesting. Stay. Wait, I'm gonna. Okay. It's still the peak here. Yeah. Still have to see which one you track better. Look at Discord. What the hell's that? Oh yeah, that big volume spike was just shorting. That was right here, J Gills. If reported short interest is only 10%, why don't hedgies just use that available 90? GameStop shorts rise to a stunning 141% of the float, raising the odds of a GME stock short squeeze. DFV stream from 1014. Interesting. That's bullish as hell. Yes, charts. Ooh. Okay, so they shorted it into close. Interesting. Similar, except our spike was much earlier in the day this time than it was then. But holy shit, look at the volume. Also, why are you using MACD on the 1 minute, Daniel? Meanwhile, the spy's just absolutely ripping. As is BBIG. Where the fuck did that come from? So BBIG breaks out, GameStop doesn't? Lame. Are you still expecting good upside potential to close the month? I am, yeah. Mostly, I mean, like, I don't know how high our floor is going to get, but go up on the dates I expect it to go up, which are very specifically the fail dates, right? BBIG is owned by Shell. Interesting. This is all your fault. The hedgies obviously read your DD and changed their game plan. I don't know. The minute action from last year looks not all that different. Still kind of just a climb to a peak and then short into close. Up to the peak and then back down due to shorts or consistently higher. I don't know how it's gonna work, right? Like there's still so like all the date theory didn't quite work out. Oh, fuck you, Tesla. What I need is for the dates to line up, right? So the price action isn't as relevant because I don't know. I've said this before. I don't know what the like the FTDs are going to be. It's just to confirm their existence, right? And we had the run yesterday as expected. We spiked today as expected. So it's playing out, but like, do we have enough shares registered to match Cohen in August? Maybe not. Are the FTDs as high this cycle after all the institutional selling last cycle? I don't know. Had you stop loss hunted your calls? Maybe. Intraday Mr. Noodles pattern. Uh, Assisted price discovery. Last year, 5-minute on the 15th. Okay. You're looking for the 15th. It has nothing to do with the date. It's the day of the cycle that it is. So should I go yacht shopping or jet shopping soon? I'd hold off. Girk has knowledge. Girk devotes time to educating. 3. Girk develops theory but admits just theory based on limited info. 4. People get super mad his theory isn't perfect. That's because whether anyone wants to admit it or not, they're all playing options and have no idea how. So like I've turned a tidy profit off of these 2 runs. I can't complain. I could have made a lot more, but I still made money. But what you'll see is that the people that don't make money on options get super pissed, but that's because they didn't play options based on their own research. They played it based off mine. Even though I said that mine is just a theory and not a guarantee. Like Corn Trader with his 950s. You've described me perfectly. Yeah, it is, but it's not like big or grandiose enough for them. So staying within even though like stay moving within the lower price range is confirmation of the theory. Moving in the lower price range is not exciting or bullish. Hence why it doesn't cause FOMO. Hear me out. 2020 was a leap year. It shouldn't change it, JS. I don't think. No, because you have a fixed date and it's a fixed number of calendar days from that date. So it being a leap year shouldn't make a difference. You probably shouldn't, Snickers. I'm not suspicious, but play the Power Hour song or else the stock will keep going down. All right. Hold on, I gotta dig it up.
Five, four, three, two, one, zero. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
February 29th was a Saturday anyway. I mean, that also wouldn't matter. Nah, the title of the stream was right enough in the beginning. I'm learning options and considering just bag holding my 185s that expire tomorrow. Ugh. It's a good question. It depends on how far down are you on them, Sam? Percentage. They're trying. %. That's actually not that bad. You can look for a turnaround today, but it doesn't look good. They pulled the sell wall. So maybe. This turnaround's pretty important though. Sorry, what was that? Gherk, answer me. I have phone calls I'm dodging. Any suggestions for how one can get their refundable deposit back on a future mega yacht? I was told MOASS would happen by now, and I've entered into some contracts. I don't know what your deposit agreement is. Maybe. If I was up on a 205 for 1022, tomorrow's tricky. I don't expect us to even really go up tomorrow. I expect us to kind of trade flat. So since we didn't hold a higher floor today, I don't have a lot of confidence in tomorrow ending much above max pain if it ends above max pain at all. Friday was red on both previous cycles. Yeah. How was I wrong? We hit 190 today. Go fuck yourself. How are you feeling? Not about the stock, but personally. I'm feeling okay. I've got a bunch of shit to do after the stream today, so I'm not looking forward to that. I have a room and a wife that both need filled. I don't know anybody personally that wants to move to Philadelphia, but I'm sure someone would take you up on your offer, Dan Almighty. So if Friday is going to trade flat, I should probably buy a straddle, right? No. You don't profit off straddles from flat trading. So no MOASS this week? I never said there would be one. I said it can run tomorrow. There's upside room, but it's like a peak, right? The day didn't finish out at the peak on Friday in the last cycles. I'm pretty sure I said if it runs in pre-market, I would buy 0 DTEs. That was a pass and you tested. How are you feeling physically? What percent cotton is your shirt? 100%. I feel okay, but my left leg is starting to fall asleep. My favorite is the attack on people that are sad that this isn't running. Is it that they are over leveraged or just attack on them in general? My favorite. If you didn't make money at 190, that's your fault. Should I be worried about having my shares in Schwab? I don't think so. I keep getting asked that question a lot. You can transfer somewhere else if you feel insecure with your $14 trillion brokerage. Yeah. If the predicted action is flat, it would make most sense to sell now. And then buy calls again Tuesday, Wednesday next week. Just trying to better understand strategy. Yeah. It looks that way, Agent Scarn. Why are people playing options on GME? That sounds foolish. And yet they've never stopped. Got one giggle early this AM from Gerg. I'll step up my game tomorrow. This is how I test my new material. Didn't Schwab show up on the list of brokers who are short GME? I'm not sure. If they are, then fuck them. Sure, we're having shoved in my mattress. I have bedwetting problems, so it's like Russian roulette. I'm beginning to not be happy about that extra share offering. Why would you be happy about it? People were happy about the share offering? Like, they needed money, all right, but that money ultimately comes out of our pockets, right? Share offerings, never good. Always shitty. If you're long on a stock. Yeah, I know, TDA and Schwab are the same. I folded all but one option. Net result was making like 400. Good for me, but just feel sick that I was up 3 times that. Never be mad about taking profit. And definitely don't be mad if you don't walk away with a loss, right? Like, if you walked away up, you should be stoked. Unrealized gains are just that. Unrealized. Is it good that they're debt-free? They were debt-free after the first share offering, though. But yeah, ultimately, it's not bad, but it's not bullish in the near term. In general, do you think they could still pull off a run in below an hour, given how low liquidity is these days? It's possible. We're coming up right now. Can you buy a put today and sell it tomorrow? Yeah. I'm not mad about 15%. I wish it was more, but 15% is 15%. The 100% in pre-market days. It's been a long time. They're just going to continue to short every breakout. It looks like, unless some buy pressure comes in and really pushes it. Isn't this most likely them slowly buying back the shares they borrowed to short today? I mean, if we start to go up, yeah. $180 max paid. Unless it moved up today? I don't think it did. Yeah, 180. Max Payne's still at 180. Wouldn't it make sense for them to start the run in after hours so retail can't participate? I mean, retail can participate. Like, I think in Europe you can't trade in after hours, like some of the brokerages. But most of the brokerages in the US you can trade in after hours and pre-market. Can I buy a stock today and sell it yesterday? You'd want to sell it today. Today's peak was higher. Good job, mass spectrometer. How do you check it? You type GME max pin into Google. Can I sell a stock today and buy it tomorrow? You could, Daniel. What's with all the open interest at 690? Am I reading this right? Yeah. Volatility plays. I would love an ice cream novelty right now, Hales. How did you know? Are we expecting movement Monday or Tuesday? Probably a little bit, maybe not a lot. They bought in the money puts today, but it wasn't like significant volume. But yeah, some buying Tuesday, I guess is when we would expect it. The contracts expire tomorrow. They were all the $200 puts they bought today were for, yeah, they expire tomorrow. So no, I'm not Madar. Boop. So it's causing the run up on BBIG. Probably similar things. I don't know. Covering. Check Pigeon Whale chat. Where is it? Nice one, Darth Dan. That was a solid check. It looked like it didn't taste good, though. How do you confirm someone buying an option on the day of? Live options data. Your beard looks good from the side, too. Thanks. TYDE divvy for BBIG will announce after RSA seeking alpha raise their PT to 40. That's a bit much. I have a strong belief that I want to get on the downside of AMD either just before or after, just after earnings, but I can't decide which. Short term only. Already bullish long on them, but I mean, if AMD posts another sick earnings, it's gonna rocket. We're gonna rip after hours? No idea. I want the stock to rip on the 13th, the 21st, and the 26th. That's it. What happens in between here might track with the previous cycles, but it might not. But as long as it rips on those days, then I can infer from that if they fail the next cycle on what days it will also rip. And I probably won't be the only one to be able to pick that up, right? So did you cut it yourself? No. It just grows out of my face. And I like trim the sides of it so it doesn't get out of control or Amish. Supposedly John Deere workers just went on strike. Does this affect the stock negatively? Is it a big deal? Probably not. It depends on how much they need those workers. I mean, like, if the company can keep running, who gives a shit? As far as the market's concerned, right? Like, if they can hire other people, or I don't even know what their workers do. Is it like a factory or something? The 26th is the fail date. The 28th is the peak. PBIG offering a crypto dividend on the 23rd. Interesting. Thanks, Mark. I'm not. I'm fine. I don't care what the haters think, right? Because if I'm fucking right in the end, then they all just look like assholes. Silver to cat. I think it was like 60K workers possibly going on strike. Guess it depends on how long, too. Interesting. That's a lot. Farming Simulator 2022 will be delayed. I don't think so. Has Ivy raised significantly? It's up a little bit, but actually not that much, surprisingly. Like our spikes haven't been volume sustained, and so Ivy's staying fairly low. It's definitely up a little bit further out though. Like I know Ivy spiked on my November contracts and my January ones. I've never been in a cult nor considered myself gay until watching this channel daily. Well, there's a first time for everything. Glad I was able to stir those feelings within you. If you're here now and you're cool, then you need to see the very end last few seconds of the stream. Oh yeah, that's true. Don't miss the like last 5 seconds of the stream. It's relevant, trust me. There's like a little double bottom thing going on here. Do you think I should hold my 185 calls till tomorrow? There is 0 DCA. Are you up or down, June? I'm buying the spy puts tomorrow. Double down. That was in a pretty big part, a pretty big chunk of Tesla's like pre-split run up. That was pretty crazy. I felt like OTC stocks that went up like 400 or 500% a day. Spy puts for 1020? Probably. I'm down 30% on the 185 calls. See if they print right now. This looks kind of okay. I don't know if I'd want to carry them overnight versus just buying them back tomorrow. I don't think it's unreasonable to think you'd see another profitable exit today. UVXY 1022 is super cheap. Is it? That doesn't move that much though. Like unless the market crashes. I'll buy SQQQs. Those are cheap again. I'd probably rather just have puts on the SPY. BBIG is unstoppable.
It's running really hard into close. I borrowed down to 5K. Dude, the first time I got a stock before the run. 32K OI at $10. So I gotta realize that today. But that's a lot of fucking open interest. God damn. See, I worry that they'll tank it overnight. Hmm. What's the float on that? 87 million? I don't want these. If you could speak to GG for 1 minute, what would you say to him? I don't know. What's up? Are you replacing the US dollar with a cryptocurrency? New York Fed plans to purchase about 80 billion in treasury securities over the monthly period from 10/15 to 11/12. Interesting. How low can we possibly go tomorrow? 175? It's a little higher than that. It's like 177. Save the Google Ads thing a pain when you first got monetized. Got to do it soon. Had heard some complaining before. No, you just like create an account. It was I don't know. I don't have like a website, so I didn't have to like set anything up. Well played, half row. And that's it. They shorted again. Oh well. Oh, I forgot to say on Tuesday I won the Euro Millions lottery. I'm now a whole £6 and 25 cents richer. Fuck yeah. Here's your half. Keep the change. Thank you, Ape Angel Fire. That's fantastic news. I appreciate it. That's super cool. The real story is that he actually won all of it. Maybe. So when are you modding Sanjeet? The guy deserves it. I don't know. We'll see. Very, very selective with my moderators. You should give him half your MOASS money so that you're even. No. No. I have a 1018 SPY 449 put that's starting to print. 449? So you bought an in the like deep in the money put? Okay. Or you just bought it a long time ago. Should I cash in and buy more puts tomorrow or hold it over the weekend? That's up to you. Do you want to increase your leverage to the downside or what? See you later, just Decky. What's the reasoning behind the SPY puts on Monday?
The market drops on like the 20th, like the third Monday, third or fourth Monday of every month. If we have more volume price movement, you think towards the end of the cycle around the 28th? I mean, yes, if the FTDs are like, if the FTDs pile up enough, then yeah. The walk through the valley of the shadow of the dips, I will fear no evil, for DFV art with me. It's true. I hope the SPY rips to like 445 tomorrow. I'll probably buy puts that expire Wednesday. It depends. If I'm playing something in advance like that, I'll buy them like an extra day out. Or the next day out. If I'm playing like intraday shit on the SPY, I'll buy them for the closest expiration. Will the SPY puts be in Pickles picks? Yeah, I'll write something about it like tonight. Shameless gambler here. Evergrande is officially in default on October 18th. Ooh. Fun. Crush the open, smash the close. How significant is it for us to finish green today? Not. It could happen, but it doesn't matter if it does or not. We don't have to finish the day green. Price target just released before the rip is $40 for BBIG. It's interesting. I think it'll be hard pressed to get much above 10, but it might. How significant? Are Pickles picks only for options? No. But they are usually. I mean, if you're liquid enough, you don't need to. Like, if a stock's expensive, retail doesn't have a lot of ways to get leverage on the move without options. Like, you're gonna buy 100 shares of Tesla. You can buy like one share, and then Tesla goes up $13, and you sell it. No, it's a waste of time. What's Pickles picks? It's just like stocks that I point out and like stuff for the week that people can paper trade or learn from. Or just things for people to apparently degenerately gamble on. Using my learning opportunities for evil. How do we access the Pickle Pick? It's in the Dillionaires Country Club. Degens represent. When will my chug happen? I don't know. Degenerate gambling. Now you're talking. And Stefan as immediately becomes a billionaire. Thank you for the membership, Stefan. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord and I will get you added to the Billionaires Country Club. And for some reason, my Streamlabs still doesn't appear to be working. I'm going to give it a second and see if it kicks in. But I'm going to get a chant going here in the meantime.
I want to be a billionaire so freaking bad. So freaking bad. I wanna be a billionaire so freaking bad. So
I like this. It individualizes people's answers. Thank you again, Stefan. Can I get an MP3 of that? I want to practice my chants. Did question, did the Streamlabs kick in or no? Did anybody see that? 201 so you can see the beef pickle. I don't care about that. How dare you trick me by writing on the stock? No Streamlabs. That's weird. I don't know why it's doing that. Stream on Saturday or Sunday this weekend? Sunday. Until I tell everyone otherwise, members only streams will be on Sunday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Chase down a BBIG bag to hold. Good for you, knuckleballer. Spy doing a squeeze again. Not high enough, but still okay because it's within our window of margin. That's correct, Zakir. After hour run? I don't know. Maybe? Don't get me wrong, that'd be cool, but it could. I like IV's like volatility is gonna pick up throughout this cycle, right? That's kind of just a given. Friend was working for a bank and set up a straddle on them in an account held by the bank. Gets a call saying he can't do that. That's probably a real thing. If she was a real Dan, she would have boofed that cucumber to make the stock hit 200. That's the way. What's up, Grizzled? Do you think we haven't seen after hour runs because liquidity is all-time lows and they trade during after hour PM? It'll run too hard too fast. Usually, we've been running up in pre-market the last few days, which is very weird. So it's usually a sign that volatility is picking up, but like we haven't peaked this cycle by any means. Like this is just the beginning of it. So there seems to be a lot of people that think like this is like these 2 days of the whole thing or something. Is someone actually boofing a pickle? I don't know. It's inconclusive. I think not. When does Elon tweet GameStonk again? I don't know. No, there's no way to tell, Charles. We dance beef pickles all the time, but we are karma farming for it. What goes on in the members only stream? At what level to join? Oh, just like weekend discussions, kind of away from the stress of the stock market. We talk about all kinds of things: trading, life, love, happiness. And Long Johnsons and higher are all part of that. I'm usually more awake. We are, in fact, slightly up. Bunch of haters earlier, but I just wanted to say, humble brag, that I made money this week from the things I was introduced to by your channel. Thanks, Kirk. Working my way out of the poor. Awesome, man. I think we'll finish white. That'd be weird. I don't want that. Yeah, no. 184.06? That sounds terrible. It might actually happen, though. No, it's not. We're good. No fucking way. Oh, it's not gonna hold for 45 seconds. Dude, I wonder how many degenerates are putting in orders for 186.06 right now. Oh, so close. I'd rather much have 184.20. I'd much rather have that. Back down. This is kind of exciting. Oh, ding ding. Shit, that sucks. All right. 183.83. Final closing price. Thank you guys all for hanging out today. For those of you that made money, awesome. For those of you that held your options too long like me, I'm sorry. I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you guys. Have a great night. Oh, don't forget to hang out for the last 5 seconds of the stream. It's important. Not an advisor. Frigulon.